Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please make your way to your seats and kindly switch your phones to silent. We're just moments away from beginning. Good morning. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kampala and welcome to AYuTe NextGen 2025. We are starting in 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seats and kindly switch your phones to silent.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We begin in exactly 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please check your phones again, just to be sure it's been switched to silent. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished judges, illustrious speakers, and of course, the bright minds of the AgTech generation, welcome to the final day of AYuTe NextGen 2025.
Today is for Youth by Youth, a celebration of possibility, perspective, and power, where bold ideas meet lived experience and young people define their own future. Here, the voices of young innovators aren't just heard, they are leading the way.
Our theme, AgTech Generation Rising, has echoed through every page, every dialogue, and every representation. Not just a theme, a movement. Innovation rooted in Africa and powered by youth. Solutions worth investing in, ready to scale, ready to transform. To begin, we invite you to turn your attention to the screen for a special animated short film, an inspiring glimpse into the energy, ambition, and ingenuity of Africa's AgTech generation.
They told us we weren't ready, that we're too young, too bold, too different.
That agriculture wasn't a real path.
Wasn't cool enough, tech enough, future enough.
We heard it all. Wait your turn. Stick to the rules. Play it safe.
So we built, coded, created, collaborated.
And now we're scaling. Smart farms, climate tech.
New ways to reach the market for smallholder farmers.
We're not just dreaming, we're doing.
We're creating, disrupting, leading.
We are creating jobs. We are scaling solutions for smallholder farmers. We are transforming Africa's agriculture. We are the AgTech generation, and we are just getting started.
But you know, partner, all future, leading movements and reimagining agriculture, what do they actually do? Because from where I sit, it looks like they hang out in cafes, pitch ideas over iced lattes, and suddenly raise billions of WhatsApp groups.
Come on now. You know it's not that simple. These young innovators are doing the most. I don't know how they juggle it all, from designing tech for last mile farmers, to the field work, to the late night conceptualizations. You know what? Why don't we actually take a look at what they do?
Ooh, now I see it. The grind, the hustle, the heart. We do not envy the juggling our young innovators have to do. To every change maker out there, we see you, we celebrate you, and we applaud you. Now, to formally welcome us into this Youth Power Day, please join me in welcoming Adis Sua Fedi, the Senior Vice President, Africa Programs, Heifer International. A round of applause, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited, and I just have to contain my excitement and behave myself and actually read a written speech. And for those of you who know me, it's very difficult, but I'm going to try to do this today. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us at this AYuTe NextGen 4th edition. I am Adis Sua Fedi, Senior Vice President for Africa for Heifer International, and I'm deeply honored to have you here, standing before this room that is bustling with energy and passion, with a dream to transform our continent. It's been an awesome 2 days for all of us who've been here. Is that true? Yeah. If you think it's been an awesome 2 days, please put your hands together. I have felt very inspired by the quality and passion of innovators that we've had the privilege to watch, share their dreams and share their energy with us. Today, we are sitting at a pivotal moment for Africa, for Agritech, and for Africa's food systems. I don't know if you have noticed, but our continent is undergoing transformation, powered by the ingenuity of young, ambitious Africans, risking everything to transform the continent. Young agri-techs across the continent are advancing transformation of the sector. They are revolutionizing how we feed, how we share information, how farmers tackle climate resilience challenges. And I have to connect the dots of this very powerful event before you today. In the last 5 years, Africa has seen a surge in agricultural startup, from Kenya's digital marketplace to Nigeria's precision irrigation platforms, and to Ghana's satellite-based yield prediction tools as well. Across the continent, more than 2,000 agtech startups are operating today. Many are led by young Africans, and their innovation is unlocking opportunities for agriculture and for Africa's food systems. But there is more to these youth-led ventures. They're not just setting up tech solutions. They are creating tech-enabled jobs. In East Africa alone, the firms have generated over 150,000 direct jobs, and with hundreds of thousands of other indirect jobs also created across other sectors in agriculture as well. Every startup employs a software coder. They employ tech-savvy extension service workers. They employ customer service teams. They bring digital learning and skills into rural communities. The ripple effect of this is real. Smallholder farmers are being connected to digital platforms. Smallholder farmers are also reporting increased productivity, up to 30% across several value chains. In one study in Nigeria alone, smallholder farmers use soil sensors and advanced SMS texting platforms to increase yield in the maize value chain up to 25% within 18 months. These gains have translated to food security. They've also translated to household income for smallholder farmers, as well as building resilience. From the climate perspective, Agritech is helping to use 15% less water, reduce fertilizer usage up to 20%, and adopt regenerative agriculture best practices. Platforms also enable the reduction of carbon and its emission into the atmosphere. I can say confidently that our continent's youths are the cutting edge of green technology revolution. So far, 100 million smallholder farmers have been brought to digital platforms and agricultural food systems in Africa in 2025. 2 million new jobs have also been created in the last 5 years in our continent. 8 million hectares have also been plowed. Can we please put our hands together for young agtechs in the continent? However, in contrast, let's imagine what our continent might look like in 2035 if all the hindrance to access to finance for young Africans is removed and young Africans can access the finance they need to disrupt Africa's food systems. Well, I decided to ask ChatGPT to find out what that will look like. And ChatGPT says that. 1 minute. Technology. So ChatGPT says that we will have been looking at a profound transformation. The data shows that we would have created millions of jobs, irrigated huge hectares. ChatGPT also says that we would have also reversed the import dependency of food in our continent. Africa will be producing and feeding itself across the continent. It also says that we would have slashed climate impacts on farmers significantly in 2035 if the youths get what they need for financing. In contrast, let's imagine what happens if this talent is blocked and financing doesn't get to youths by 2035. Again, I decided to ask ChatGPT what it thinks, right? And it says, millions of rural youths shut out of innovation ecosystem, drifting towards informal low-wage work. Smallholder farmers stuck with traditional practices, yield stagnating, leading to escalating food prices and growing hunger. Tech-driven climate solutions never scale. intensifying carbon emission from agriculture and weakening resilience. Persistent food import dependency, Africa pays hundreds of millions of dollars to import staples that we could otherwise have produced in our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that this is a future that we cannot afford. And for that reason, I believe that we should understand how inspiring it is for us to be at this point in history, where we can reverse that possibility, where we can transform the future of our continent. Now, one of the things that I find really interesting is when we think about the work of young Africans in agriculture, and we assume that that is a privilege to provide otherwise unemployable youths something to keep them engaged and busy. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that this view into the future of 2035, with or without the investments needed to transform Africa's agriculture in the hands of African youths, tell us that there is more to this story. Young Africans are the pivotal, critical ingredients that this continent needs, not only to address food challenges, not only to disrupt in agriculture, but also to transform our economy and to turn the continent into the world's biggest exporter of food. Today, Africa has the largest arable land for agriculture. Today, Africa has the largest growing population of youth. Let us imagine what magic will happen if capital comes in to combine our young Africans with our potential for food production. So today, it's our honor as Heifer International to stand here before you and to declare that we do see an AgTech generation rising in our continent. And so, to the government, we want to say, please support by creating policies and an enabling environment for the youth to thrive. To our investors, we want to say, do not think that when you invest in agritech, you are investing in just the business. You are investing in a continent's potential to unlock what it is capable of doing, not just for Africans, but for the rest of the world. To every one of us seated here today, you have a role to play. You can mentor, you can coach, you can be on an advisory board. You can provide whatever support you need to provide. You don't have to be a Gen Z to be part of the agriculture technology generation that is rising. I invite every one of us today to join us as we celebrate the biggest hidden secret in Africa's transformation, Africa's best potential, Africa's best resource, our youth, and how they begin to power the transformation of our continent. And so with that, I thank you all. I welcome you to a very exciting time today. Thank you.
Very insightful indeed. With the rising of the AgTech generation, Africa's food systems are being transformed. Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Adis Sua Fedi. Now let's hear from a voice championing technology as a lever for transformation across sectors. Please join me in welcoming a change maker who's not just imagined solutions, he's built them. Elude Ro, Chief Executive Officer of Silo Africa and last year's AYuTe NextGen first runner-up. He returns to this stage with a clear message and a compelling challenge. No earth, no food, no future. Please welcome Elude.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, the President Heifer, the CEO, the stakeholders in the room, government officials in the room, and the guest of honors today, the youth. Good morning. Yeah, it is a privilege for me to be here, just to speak briefly on the context of today and the people who we've congregated to speak on their behalf and because they're also speaking and they're doing something out there. These are the youth of our beautiful continent, Africa. So today we're going to talk about no earth, no food, no future. And why is that? Because the youth have risen today. We've come from a time where everything in agriculture has been done in the old ways. We used to plow with oxen. We used to spray our farms with knapsacks. But now we are using drone technology. We used to store our grains with old granaries. But today we are using smart grain silos. My name is Elude Ro, and I'm the founder of Silo Africa. So what do we do at Silo Africa? I realized that I come from a community where every now and then, like we used to plow, and during harvest, there's a lot that was lost. And instead of us celebrating during this harvest, it was cries and cries. Because all these farmers, all they were doing was 50 to even 60% of their grains were lost. But what are we doing as a youth? I came up with a solution, and one of the solutions is to come up with, to design, fabricate metal grain silos, and we are equipping it with technology. We are using sensors to monitor the grain conditions. And these grain conditions will enable these grains, one thing to do is to make it more safe, because at the end of the day, what we want is we want safe food. And today I was behind here, and I was looking at the kind of technology that we're using. You see all these lights, all this technology. Before, we used to use smoke, right? Right now, everyone would be waiting for smoke to get communication to come to this meeting. But what is happening? With technology, simple smartphone, with the advancements on mobile telephony, everyone is here right now. Africa holds 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land. And yet, over 280 million Africans go to bed hungry, right? But what is the youth doing? The youth who represent 60% of the population right now in Africa, and with a median age of 19 years, we are redefining all this. What you are saying is, everyone is doing something. We stopped from a point where we used to wait for things to be done on our behalf. But it's no longer being, we are taking that next step. Everyone is innovating. We inherited rules that were written back then by our parents. In Africa, if you look back from 1980s, we didn't used to do monoculture. But right now, we are only doing monoculture. You're dependent on our staple grain, that is maize. We left doing planting the indigenous wheat, millet, sorghum. We left all that. And if you remember, I don't know, back in the village, there are times we used to take, growing up, we used to take the cattle to the cattle dip. And it was an extreme sport. But right now, we are using modern technology to protect our animals against pest and infestation. And we are rewriting the rules. Number one, we are shifting from dumping to digitization. And over the past 3 days, you saw what is happening. Everyone, there's so much technology that is the youth are doing just to better this. We are shifting from feeding to farming futures, from global dependence to local resilience. And we are not alone. It cuts across all regions in Africa. From Kenya, that is me. You've seen what Heifer is doing with all these innovators. Extension Africa, shifting from traditional ways of extension services to what you're doing today, modern payment, modern extension services. We've shifted from losing a lot of vegetables from post-harvest losses. Right now, we're using nanotechnology to protect this harvest. Through biotech, is shifting from using commercial fertilizer. Right now, we are using biotechnology to come up with these fertilizers. And we are also connecting markets from traditional agriculture to global markets. And this cannot be done by only one. It's by the people, the young innovators of Africa. And that is what you're saying, not just to anyone, but all the stakeholders in this room. I've heard of this thing, that we must make agriculture sexy, right? It's something that we always say every now and then. But this is what the youths are saying, that we must make agriculture make sense, and it has to make sense. From the past few days, we saw a lot. There was a lot of pitching. And the conversation, you saw the guys have really innovated. They've tested the solution. And this is what the youth are saying. We have the purpose, we have the innovation, we have the grit. We have gone to the ground, we've tested these models with our own funding. Not anyone, with our own funding, with our own savings. And what we've done, we've proved the concept that these models are working. And with the support with organizations like Heifer, we've been able to test these models. And right now, as you're speaking, these innovations, what you're doing is profitable. And we are asking the stakeholders in the room. Much has been done in taking this innovation from where it was to profitable ventures. Why not just plug in, right? So youth want to what is practical, profitable, and sustainable. What you're saying is we want to make farming viable and not just fashionable. So we are shifting from the sense of making agriculture sexy to making agriculture profitable. And that is what will employ the youth of Africa. You've seen more than 60% of the population is young. We can't use the old rules in the new age of technology. Right now, we've shifted to mobile telephony. We used to bank, take our money and put it in our mattresses. But right now, what is happening? Yes, with just your phone, you're able to transfer money, not just to your person, but also across the continent. And so my call to action, one, is that the investors in the room, the partners, please invest in youth-led innovations with funding and policy. We want to scale agriculture because right now we live in a dispensation where in a climate crisis, and we've seen a lot of losses. Back then, 1 acre of land used to give us around 40 to 60 acres. But what is happening right now? We are only getting like a half of it, 20 bags an acre, right? And this is in the context of this whole issue of climate change. And in Africa, the global south, we want to adapt to all this. And it's not easy. The rules that were written before, it's not what we are using right now. We are living in a very tough time, and it calls for innovation. And who else? Maybe you can raise if you're 40 years and above. If you're below 30 years in the room. Thank you very much. You see? So last week I was talking to our very seasoned extension officers. And one of them is a professor in extension services. And they were actually telling me how difficult it was to convince their children. What they did, they sold their land so that their kids can go abroad and do their education. And back here at home, what they've been doing was investing a lot, trying to purchase land, do smart irrigation, pull all these technologies. But none of their kids wants to come back and take over that land. You see? And that is what they are saying, like, they're asking me, why are they not coming back to farm? Why are they not coming back to farm? Yet now we've put all these structures in place. And it really triggered my mind. And we have to go back, even as parents, go back to what you're doing. You work so hard, you've reached retirement, you have all these assets. What do you want to do with it? You want to give it to your children to take over. But what happens? No one is there to take over, simply because we did not nurture them, we did not invest in them. That's why you find I'll give an example of, there's one farmer, like all of them, he has over 1,000 acres. None of the children wants to take over. They've already gone to Australia doing other things, but no one wants to come back. But who will feed Africa in the next few decades? Who will feed Africa? You see? And right now we are converting this land from agriculture, selling it, converting it into commercial properties, reducing the acreage of land. See? Secondly, there's this farmer. I think if you're coming from Kenya, Uasin Gishu, you've heard of Komol Farm. This is an old man, over 80 years, but what did he do? He incorporated his children, into the farming. And right now they're using smart tractors, they're using technology to farm. And they are not just doing it, they're doing value addition. And their kids have plugged into it. And they are doing an end-to-end farming. So what am I saying? Just the way Indians operate their business, agriculture should also be operated that way. Let us involve the youth in it, and let us also invest in them. And so lastly, we are rewriting the rules, but I'm calling on you. Who will write the rules with the youth? For governments, I want to ask you, will you open access to land and policy spaces for the youth? Will you embed young entrepreneurs into national agri-food supply chains? This is not theory. It's happening in Tanzania with Mama Suluhu. She's giving land to the youth. Please open the land and give it to the youth. We don't have title deeds. We don't have the money to purchase this land. But we have the will. We are doing it. To development partners, will you co-invest with partners like Heifer? Thank you very much, the Heifer team. And others backing youth-led agri-innovations. Please invest with them. And to the investors, will you take the leap? Not just in funding us, but in believing in the future we are building. Because you're not just building for ourselves. We are building for your children. We are building for your families. We are building for the posterity of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elliot. That was a compelling charge. And clearly, you're not just talking the talk, you're doing the work. Next, we have a performance that captures the urgency and the generation's mission. Please enjoy the special spoken word piece from Wake the Poet, themed, "The Future We Shape, the Earth We Keep."
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Wake, and I am a poet, and I'm very happy to be here. I have a poem that's called "The Future We Shape, the Earth We Keep." All right? The future we shape. Now, I'd like you guys to perform this poem with me, and your part is very simple, right? When I say, they say, you reap what you sow. But we say, your response is, you reap what you code. Make sense? Your response is what? You reap what you code, all right? Now, because we're all young people, we're going to say it with energy, all right? Are you ready? They say you reap what you sow, but we say, one more time. They say you reap what you sow, but we say... All right, let's go. For long the story has been that our farmers are trapped in a dream, covered in the soils of despair, hidden from the financial freedom in the air. For long we have battled food insecurity, barely harvesting enough to feed our community, trapped in a deadly drought of opportunity. For long we have seen how climate change has crippled our seed, forcing our farmers to recede, wreaking havoc on the scene. For long we have seen how digital isolation has slowed the pace of agriculture in the nation. For long we have weighed our harvests on the seesaw, and we have seen less than what we sowed. For all the labor in the field, our bellies have barely been filled. For all our sweat in the plantations, we have barely tasted the fruit of commercialization. They say you reap what you sow, but we say, Africa, a new season is upon us. The winds of innovation are blowing upon us. The rains of technology are pouring upon us, so the onus is on us to pick the plow from those that came before us, to sow a new seed that will outgrow us, to deepen our roots and prune our focus. From the highlands of Ethiopia to the sunny plains of Tanzania, we the youth are championing Agritech, wielding the tools that will take agriculture to the next step. From the hills of Rwanda to the fertile soils of Uganda, innovation is giving birth to bold solutions. Farming made smart through tech revolutions. From the heart of Nigeria, small pikin dey cause spark. We go save this earth. Small, we go bring them back. From the fields of Kenya, our mission is clear. Bega kwa bega tuko tayari kusaidia. Wakulima wetu wote hawa watalia. Hapana, not while we are here. They say you reap what you sow, but we say Africa, a new season is upon us. A new season is upon us. So, as the farmer picks up their hoe, we will pick up our keyboards and code. As they go out to tend their land, we will roll out a digital master plan. As they plant the seeds of hope, we will build apps that never stop. As they meticulously deal with weeds, we will fix bugs and crush errors with speed. As they water and irrigate, we will connect and collaborate. And as they gather to harvest, our tech will ensure their value is fully harnessed. Side by side, we will attain the goal. An agri-future where agriculture is sustainable, where every smallholder farmer can stand firmer with Agritech as their armor. A future where the youth need no permission to make decisions with bold precision, where technology, where tradition meets passion, and where every action is a seed of compassion. They say you reap what you sow, but we say so. A future where we all nurture Mother Nature. A future where we are not just profit chasers, but purpose-driven world shapers. Advocates for a better future, with hearts that plant and hands that reap. The future we shape, the earth we keep. With hearts that plant and hands that reap. The future we shape, the earth we keep. With hearts that plant and hands that reap. The future we shape. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Please turn to your neighbor and just say, wow. What? What a powerful reflection. Remember, this is a reminder of what's at stake and the future that's within reach. Now, we move into a special segment, Next Gen Talk. A space for bold ideas and visionary thinking from young innovators across the continent. Each speaker brings a different story, a different solution, but all are rooted in the same mission: supporting smallholder farming communities to succeed and ultimately transforming agriculture from the ground up. This one is themed Same Soil, Many Parts. Please welcome, all the way from Nigeria, Ruth Ede, Chief Executive Officer, Scratop. A round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Ruth Ede, and I am here to represent Scratop Nigeria Limited. I'll be talking about same soil, many parts. But before I begin, do we have people from Nigeria here? If you're if you're from Nigeria, say Naija. Thank you so much. So I thought very long and hard about how to begin this talk without undermining the very brilliant efforts from the generations behind us. You know, when they say next gen, it's as if nothing happened in the past, but that's not true. Someone like my grandfather, who never went to school, but spent lots of years studying yams. And before he passed, he crossed various species of yam and was able to come up with a particular yam that was named after him. We call it Jihede. As funny as this may sound, there are lots and lots of undocumented research and discoveries from generations behind us, especially in Africa, because they were unlearned. And because of that, we didn't have their processes and procedures. And now when we talk about the next generation, we kind of try to undermine what has happened behind us. But I won't do that. Same so many paths. A lot of individuals have walked these paths before us. But then it's a time for us to reflect and say, as much as we want to honor excellence, as much as we want to also say, oh, they've done a lot in the past, what has changed? What can we do with the changes? What can we restore? How can we make things better? And that is why I'm here. Because it's Africa by Africans. When you look at what you see on the screen, you see an Africa, the kind of Africa they want you to see. An Africa where nothing is really happening. But our biggest asset has always been that soil. I'm proud to say that Africa is blessed with one of the richest soil in the world. If you come to where I'm coming from, the soil I came from is Nigeria, a soil that has enabled lots of dreams, a soil that also fed me, a soil that has also made me who I am today, standing in front of you, because actually I never acknowledged the soil. I was born in Abuja, the capital city of Nigeria, and you know what that means. We were all living the city life until life happened, a lot of demolitions, and then we had to run back to the village, the rural areas, the soil where we came from. And that was how agriculture began for me. And that agriculture made me get an education. That agriculture made me become better than my parents. That agriculture made me become a child, one of the first generation of graduates, people who had seen the four walls of a tertiary university, from parents and grandparents that never went to the university. And I think we should look at the soil we came from and appreciate what it has given us, where it has brought us to, and how we are also progressively becoming better individuals. Appreciate the fact that this soil has fed lots of individuals. Even if we have some issues right now, we also know that those issues are issues we can actually solve. So what has happened in the past? For me, when I began looking within the agricultural sector, did I say I never even wanted to study agriculture? It was looking like, what are you going to do in the farm? In fact, I even had a very bad experience. When we relocated back to the rural area, I went to the farm one time and I didn't even know what stinged me. And I had a lot of expansion. Before I got home, I doubled my size. And my mom, when I finally told her, I'm going to study agriculture, she said, even nature is saying no to you. You have something in your body that does not like the farm. But I said, but I have something upstairs that can help the farm do well. And that is why I am where I am. A 2-time best graduating student of agriculture. And you think that was not something to celebrate? It's the soil I came from. And that was how I knew there was a path that was broken. You know, when you look at the screen, you see we do a lot of things around agriculture. We check what we produce. It has to be safe. It has to be healthy. We check, we want to clean it up. We want to separate. We want to make things good. We cook well. There are lots and lots of regulations and policies around what gets into the mouth. And then a lot of cold storages are coming up. Let's chill it. Let's not reduce the nutrients efficiency. Let's do this and these are good. But when we come to the waste, what happens? We throw it away. And when you throw it away, do you like that little stuff there? Is it looking pretty? And this is the part that is broken. When you throw things away, you really did not throw them away. You left them somewhere. And that place is the soil. it's that path that I decided to choose as I started my life. And I found out from research that Nigeria was not just the giant of Africa. It was also the waste capital of Africa, generating, do you know how much? 1/4 of the continent's total waste. And amazingly, 57% of this waste are bio-waste. Food waste, fruit waste, farm waste, from lots of post-harvest losses, a lot of waste. And I told myself, what can we do better to make this work? What can we do to make that part that is broken to be connected, for us to have a better kind of economy within the agricultural space? I also noticed that Nigeria imports a lot of fertilizers. And then during the Russian-Ukraine war, we had a lot of hike in the cost of fertilizers. And farmers were thinking, what are we going to do? Some were trying to mix a lot of things, but it was not giving the yield we wanted. And that was where Scratop came in. We decided to go through the bold business for a better planet. We didn't walk away. We decided to walk from the scratch to the top. We replaced that monster in our soil to Scratop. And this is why I am here. At Scratop, thank you so much. At Scratop Nigeria Limited, what we were doing is that we thought about the waste and we said, this waste has nutrients. This waste can become something that can move from being waste to going to the warehouses. How do we do it better? We found out that our parents behind us have always been composting and mixing and all that. And we say, why don't we get an alternative that is the same to the synthetics in the market? And we started researching and we came up with a solution. Various NPK variables, organic biofertilizers, so that a farmer can decide to come to Scratop and buy an NPK 10-10-10, 20-10-10, 15-15-15, but organic. And that is what we have right here. And that was how AYuTe found me, or I found them. So, you know, when we talk about going backwards, a lot of people think, oh, backwardness is something that's not really good. But let's just see this short video that talks about what backward really means.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, that's it. In a world where everyone is obsessed with moving forward, some of the brightest and biggest solutions are backwards. And that was what Scratop decided to do. We knew that backward integration is not regression, it is regeneration. And so far, we've been able to have lots of impact across the Nigerian society, the economic impact. We're able to design what we call the climate currency approach. We tell farmers, since you're being skeptical about using Scratop, sell your waste to us. Give us your waste and let's exchange it for biofertilizers. When you use it, you come back to us. And we've been able to also aggregate waste amongst farmers' cooperative, around societies, the farming societies for our products. So farmers are spending lesser in the purchase of fertilizers, unlike what we have before. What about the nutritional impact? We know that you want to eat what is grown organically. You know you want it. And that is because it is more nutritious. So we are not just talking about food safety. We're also talking about food nutrition security, food security. The sanitary impact and the climate impact is something that is also we cannot look away from. So we are moving from the scratch to the top at Scratop. From the farms and the waste, we're moving into our biofertilizers. We're talking to farmers about what we are doing. And yes, from the streets, from the dump site, from the waste to the warehouses, to the stores. And farmers are enjoying the solution we have to give. Now, remember, the path forward is not always in front. Sometimes it's beneath us. Sometimes it's behind us. So when you talk about moving forward, I decided to wear a dress that looks like the soil fertility map of Africa. And if you look at it very well, you see that we have a lot of work to do. The green areas are going away. We are getting less fertile soil. We are getting lots of soil that are not useful for food production. And we need to do something to make our soil become better with all the technologies and all the things we have. So it is same soil, but you and I have to choose a path. Because agriculture doesn't need sympathy. It needs better systems, daring ideas to feed us, to fund us, and to free us. If you look at this screen very well, this is the Africa we want. An Africa with very lush and green vegetation. An Africa where you can eat food and know that you're eating what is going to make you healthy and better. So join us at Scratop. Let's not just talk about innovations. Let's look at how we can go back to the soil and make the African soil the pride of Africa that it used to be. Join us to sell waste, to go organic, and to save this planet and this continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruth. National winner, AYuTe Nigeria 2024. What an insightful story shared. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, all the way from Tanzania, Editha Mishiu, Chief Executive Officer, Fresh Park Technologies. Please put your hands together as she steps forward.
Hello everyone, I'm so honored to be here today. My name is Editha Mishiu and I'm the CEO of Fresh Park Technology from Morogoro, Tanzania. Today I will start by telling you the story why I chose the path am I today. I was born and raised in the rural village in Kilimanjaro, Tanzania, by a mother who worked tirelessly as a vegetable vendor. My father passed away many years ago, so it's become the responsibility of my mother to raise us through vegetable selling. Vegetable selling, it was not just a business to us, it was our survival. It provided us food, education, and medical care. Despite my mother's hard work, we constantly faced the challenge of post-harvest vegetable loss. And this is not only us, there are many vendors and farmers across Africa who face the same challenge, whereby 40% of vegetables are going to waste every year after harvest, leading to the loss of income to these farmers and the vendors. And the people who are affected most are the women who rely on selling vegetables into our community. This vendor selling the vegetable long hours without the proper cold storage, the vegetable got spoiled within 1 to 2 days. Imagine you are losing up nearly of your income every day, not because you did not work hard, but because your product could not handle the heat. After witnessing my mother's struggle, I studied agriculture and I got the opportunity to go to Israel as horticulture expert. And there I collaborated with some engineer and horticulture student to develop the concept of fresh pack technology. Our box is made from the patented smart fabric technology inspired by the human body cooling system. Our box uses only water and evaporation method to keep the vegetable fresh without the need of water, without the need of ice, chemical, or electricity. Up to now, we already impact over 4,000 vendors, and most of them, they are women, reduce spoilage by 30% and increase the income to this vendor by 30%. Now back to the theme of today, same soil, many paths. My journey may started in Tanzania, Ruth's journey may started in Nigeria, someone started in Uganda, but we are here today to create our own road for our own ideas. We choose innovation over imitation. I believe this is exactly what Africa is. We share the same soil, we share the same sun, but walk different paths to create our solution to help for our people in our environment. This is the African time, and we are the youth, we are the innovator, we are the women, we are the seed of that future. Let's continue to honor our soil, walk in our path, and continue to build the agriculture for future together. Thanks to Heifer International for continuing believing in us, give us the opportunity to expand and continue to do the agriculture for future together. As I reflect on my mother's struggle, I see the opportunity as Africa to make the difference. Together, we can make no family endure the hardship we have faced. Thank you.
Thank you, Edita. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for English speakers, please use the translation devices and switch to channel 1 for English. Our next speaker will present in French. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from Senegal, El Hadji Malik Sagna, founder, Cactus Innovation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for El Hadji Sagna.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is El Hadji Malik Sagna. I am an agricultural engineer and founder of Cactus Innovation. I will speak French to be more explicit. No. Comme vous le comprenez, face aux effets du changement climatique qui affectent pratiquement toute la population du Sahel, toute l'Afrique, nous avons une dégradation progressive des sols liée à la salinité, mais aussi avec de mauvaises pratiques agricoles. Ce qui fait que les agriculteurs font souvent recours à une utilisation massive d'engrais chimiques et de pesticides pour booster les rendements agricoles. Ce qui se traduit par une présence de ces résidus sur les produits agricoles que nous mangeons et qui causent les maladies. C'est d'ailleurs pourquoi au niveau de l'OMS, il avait montré que plus de 57% de nos maladies sont liées à la contamination de ces fruits et légumes par les pesticides. Et ceux qui s'aventurent à faire une agriculture beaucoup plus écologique sont souvent confrontés à des problématiques liées aux charges de l'énergie, mais aussi aux achats des intrants comme les engrais organiques. Face à cette problématique, il fallait réfléchir sur un modèle de production qui va à la fois être beaucoup plus responsable, mais qui sera rentable pour pouvoir rentabiliser les systèmes de production. C'est en ce sens qu'on a mis en place Cactus Innovation. En fait, Cactus Innovation est un mode de production agricole qui est basé sur la valorisation du cactus. Une plante qui est souvent négligée, mais qui regorge d'énormes potentiels agricoles. Sur le plan agricole, c'est une plante qui s'adapte à la salinité et aux conditions les plus hostiles. De plus, nous avons mis en place un système d'association qui permet de booster naturellement les rendements. Car les cactus ont cette capacité de stocker de l'eau quand on arrose. Du coup, en cas de stress hydrique avec le phénomène d'osmose, naturellement, l'eau va quitter les cactus pour aller dans le sol. Et les autres plantes pourront directement en bénéficier. Ce qui permet donc de réduire ou bien d'économiser jusqu'à 40% d'eau si c'est pour les grandes cultures. De plus, ils ont cette capacité de capter l'azote organique dans l'air pour le transformer en azote minéral au profit des autres plantes qui sont à côté. Et ce qui est beaucoup plus génial, nous avons mis en place un système de valorisation du cactus en énergie à partir du biogaz. Et le système de production permet de mettre le cactus dans le dispositif et chaque kilogramme de cactus permet de produire jusqu'à 0,3 m3 de biogaz. Et chaque mètre cube de biogaz correspond à 755 kilocalories, ce qui donne une autonomie totale en termes d'énergie pour les systèmes de production. Et à la fin du système de production, le digestat constitue un engrais organique qu'on peut utiliser pour la fertilisation des cultures. Dans chaque litre de ce digestat, on a en moyenne 100 grammes d'azote, 200 grammes de phosphore et 500 grammes de potassium, ce qui peut substituer largement les engrais chimiques. Et cette autonomie de production permet de mettre à la disposition des clients des fruits et légumes sains, sans contamination chimique, au même prix que les produits conventionnels, tout en restant compétitif. Et le système donc est intégré avec des capteurs qui permettent de connaître en temps réel l'ensemble des paramètres du système, mais aussi de pouvoir l'actionner à distance. Et avec les supermarchés tels que Auchan, les grandes surfaces, nous avons mis en place un système de traçabilité qui consiste d'abord à codifier les parcelles et à enregistrer tous les apports, les éléments qui sont faits au moment de la culture. Et lors de la commercialisation, on génère un QR code qui est directement étiqueté sur l'emballage du produit. Ce qui fait que le client sur le magasin peut directement scanner et trouver toute l'historique du produit. Quels sont les éléments qui ont été utilisés? Et s'il a des allergies, par exemple, il peut faire son choix, mais il a une idée nette sur ce qu'il est en train de manger. Et les cactus qu'on utilise au niveau de la clôture arrivent donc en production et donnent des fruits. Des fruits, donc notre variété avec des fruits rouges, c'est un fruit avec beaucoup de propriétés à la fois médicinales et nutritionnelles. Et maintenant, pour pouvoir faciliter son utilisation, nous transformons ces fruits en jus, confiture, marmelade, tel que ce modèle, que nous mettons donc à la disposition de la population. Et en plus de notre activité de génération de revenus, nous appuyons les femmes qui sont dans ces zones avec des sols qui sont dégradés, qui ne parviennent plus à les exploiter. Nous les aidons à valoriser ces sols en faisant une plantation de cactus et nous les formons sur la valorisation du cactus, sur le côté agroalimentaire, sur le côté cosmétique. Et de ce fait, ils parviennent à avoir des sources de revenus supplémentaires. Et nous travaillons aussi avec les universités dans la recherche scientifique en accompagnant les étudiants dans leur recherche donc, de mémoire. Et nous prenons les meilleurs résultats de recherche qu'on obtient, on les transforme en produits concrets qu'on commercialise. Ce qui fait qu'en termes de financement de recherche, on n'a pas besoin d'aller chercher des financements, mais les activités génératrices de revenus de ces produits-là parviennent donc à financer de manière autonome l'ensemble de ces recherches pour le développement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, El Haji. The future of Senegal agriculture is bright indeed. Very bright. Before we go further, let's take a look back at how far we've come. From boot camps to boardrooms, big ideas to bold actions. Here's behind the scenes, a look at the journey of AYuTe NextGen 2025. And in the words of the Gen Z youth in the room, what had happened was.
AYuTe was set up to address the gap in financing of innovation around technology, specifically in agriculture in Africa. It was also designed to create a pulling force that will bring young people into the sector. We realized that there was a convergence between the future of work in the continent, feeding the continent and creating jobs for youth. And the only way to unlock that opportunity is to find ways to catalyze investment into that segment. We've seen that with Heifer as one of the first movers to really think about catalytic funding that will bridge the gap between commercial lending and grants. We've unlocked opportunities not just for young people, but also for investors who had actually struggled to understand how to define the risk in the sector.
As you can see, you will see the drone spraying on the field, helping them to apply their crop protection product. We can spray 1 hectare of land in 5 to 10 minutes.
Female founders and allies that use a mobile application with a monthly recurring revenue of $7,000.
At Apex currently we have under our belt 500,000 farmers and we have aggregated, transacted 2 million metric tons of commodities.
And since 2018 we have reached 140,000 farmers across 10 states. For us, to analyze 1 hectare it costs 2,500 naira as opposed to 50,000 naira for this piece.
Our proprietary model learns from the daily farm records that the farmer keeps and is able to alert the farmer when there's anything wrong on his farm and then connect them to a nearby veterinary doctor or veterinary clinic that could help them prevent this outbreak on their farm.
Whenever we drive marketing for our crowdfunding, every dollar spent, we get $168 in return to invest in smallholder farmers. Through our platform, we've been able to raise $500,000, and we are the only licensed investment crowdfunding platform on the continent by a regulatory body.
Through the prepaid and debit card, as the farmers receive their payment in quick time, they're able to build their financial footprint, which allows them to access financially inclusive services.
We provide farmer groups with inputs on credit, and then they pay back with produce. So in the last 5 years, we've been able to trade over 13,000 tons.
We are an energy company when we are setting it up. When you're operating the hubs, we are a fish business company. So there's a social part, but we also want to be profitable.
Basically, we are producing climate resilient seedlings by use of tech. 238 million people in Africa are facing acute food insecurity.
We add biologicals to our organic fertilizer to make it work better. We are dedicated to empowering farmers and creating youth and women employment. I will show you how we do that.
By the end of the year, we'll have broken even. But right now, I think we still have a runway of 18 months without any other injection.
We are seeing AI as a potential play because we have collected first 7 years of agronomy data using FarmShield, and it's all proprietary. So we know tomato patterns, we know cucumber patterns, we know capsicum patterns really well.
We believe we will be able to raise more money from carbon, because for carbon at the moment, this project is for Kenya, Uganda.
You can order the feeds and pay, get the SDK push, select nearest location point, and the clerk who is there receives the notification.
Already presenting you on innovation on using alternative data to give credit to rural farmers.
They don't have product that fits to the smallholder need. If you look at the requirement, whether you take $10 million or $100 million, the requirements are the same.
By aggregating demand and supply, we've been able to create some impact, increasing farmers' income by 60%, which increases their farm size by up to 5 acres.
We have innovated around input financing, where we finance at 3 to 6% interest tied to crop cycle.
The technical assessment itself was very rigorous, but the innovators really showed up, really put in their effort in pitching and just answering some of the questions that came up.
The moment I walked in and saw so many of them, I had expected maybe like 5, but I walked into a room full of people. Of course, I got confused, I got anxious. I shook through my slides, some of them, but it's expected because we do these things, we do pitch, but every pitch sort of feels different. So the anxiety was okay.
The pressure was really felt, but I think the judges are quite amazing. I think I gave my best.
20 minutes of pitch and I think 40 minutes of Q&A. That's probably one of the longest parts in recent times. I think the exciting part of it is I was speaking to people who indeed are focused on the agricultural sector.
I mean, the first instance felt like Shark Tank, but after I started presenting, the judges were very friendly and my nerves were calmed down. And I think I delivered exactly what our solution was. They appeared convinced. I hope they actually are.
After the innovator has given a speech and leaves the room, it's like the energy is amazing because we've got all sorts of different expertise and different experiences, and all the judges are looking at the innovators in a different lens. And in fact, one judge may have one view, but when they hear the other judge speak, they're like, oh, that's right. It adds another depth and dimension. And I think that's critical because it helps us evaluate the entire kind of circumference of that innovator to be able to give them an adequate and realistic scoring.
It was like a mini strategy session where we had great feedback from amazing and experienced set of judges who thoroughly understood the ecosystem in which we play in, and I believe the greatest opportunity are the relationships that we get to build from the experienced people in the room.
There was a lot of questions and feedback. It made me appreciate them even more because I feel like they were listening to my story and they were really keenly interested in learning more about my company.
They challenged us to think wide and broad about our solutions, even like in the future. So it was like a reflective moment for us to just look at how healthy is our organization and what things can we do better.
Some of the assumptions we are making when building our business, when you get an expert asking certain questions, it helps you go back and say, am I thinking through that really? So I think those validation questions were also good for us and will help us build as we think forward.
I was able to learn from their insights. The feedback also was great, and we're going to be working on this feedback. I mean, at the end of the day, we can be able to have a profitable business that also provides a good solution and impact on the lives and livelihood of smallholder farmers.
As an entrepreneur, I've pitched so many times, and so for me, I think like I'm going to present to people who don't know much about my business, so I'm just going to tell them about my business. So it's not more like a pitch; it's more like representing Kilimo Fresh and sharing our journey, representing Tanzania.
I see a big preparation. I like intentionality. I like always when organizations do something with a great preparation. So I see how a team is composed of different experts to make this worthwhile and purposeful.
It was a very wholesome and overall big learning experience for all the parties involved, the innovators, as Heifer, because we got to hear different nuanced opinions and different variations of how to solve for different challenges that came up as the different innovators were pitching.
One of the things that I found very inspiring is that almost all the businesses that we saw at the technical assessment were set up after 2020. Think about it. These are businesses that are cutting across different kinds of solutions, from soil testing to drone technology to accessing markets and finance with innovative technology platforms. They have grown their businesses. Collectively, I believe, are reaching close to 1 million smallholder farmers, but all these businesses set up after 2020. I just begin to reflect on our journey as Heifer, but I think that all of this would not be possible if there was not the opportunity for different organizations to provide grants, to provide innovative financing instruments to support and encourage these great ideas to go in and address the challenges in agriculture. They are transforming the face of Africa's agriculture, and we're not in 2030 yet, but we are already seeing the seeds of what the future of Africa's agriculture will look like, and it's really been very exciting.
Wow, 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 wow. A big round of applause. These are the innovators that we've had for the past 2 days. They've been bold, they've been dynamic, and above all, they have put their heart and their soul into everything. So another big round of applause for our innovators. Now, it is your turn. It is your turn to join the conversation. This is our 1-minute mic session, a space for you to respond, to reflect, raise your voice, whether it's a reaction to what you just heard, or questions to the investors in the room, or a call to the ecosystem. This moment is yours. And don't forget, we are keeping the dialogue going online, so share your thoughts insights and takeaways on the AYuTe Africa page and on X at AYuTe Africa or LinkedIn at AYuTe Africa using the hashtag AYuTe NextGen 2025. We will be spotlighting a few of your posts right after launch. So, to lead this session, we are welcoming Ronnie McVex to take you and us into the interactions. A round of applause for Ronnie, please.
All right, Africa, good morning, good morning, good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, it feels like it's still morning. Just help me turn to your neighbor, give them a high five, and tell them good morning. All right, so it looks like I have a lot of energy this side, and my people right here are still sleeping. Come on, guys, wake up, guys. Wake up, everybody. All right, are we doing well? Are we doing fine? Are we enjoying? Are we enjoying? My people at the back, are we enjoying? You know, usually when we have this kind of a setup, I love the VVIP. After VVIP, I have the VIP. You know, VVIP is very, very improved people. VIP is very improved people. Then after that, I have the IP, improved people. And then right there, I have my people. People. There's people right at the back. Doing amazingly well. All right, so this is what is going to happen. I know that we're having a conversation talking about how we are going to make agriculture, in Elude's words, sexy, but lovely for the next generation. If we are choosing to be a part of the family and a part of the team that is going to make sure that we rise up as a generation, as a movement, and we take agriculture to the next level in this continent, it calls for so much more. Now, let me bring it to your attention, friends. 60% of our population in this continent is below the age of 25. That in itself means we have young people full of energy, full of zeal, full of aspirations, full of positivity. But the question is, why have we then not reached where we want to be yet? The answer lies right in this room, right? We have the answers here. And so I want to charge each one of us right now. Think about it. Think about what has been done. Think about what needs to be done. Think about where we need to increase and grow. If you look at our continent, when I was growing up, so much we talked about. If you talked about Liberia, we're always talking about rubber growing. If you talked about Cote d'Ivoire, we're always talking about Ghana, we're always talking about cocoa growing. If you talked about Ethiopia, we're always talking about coffee. So this continent has been blessed. The question, however, is how shall we move from where we are to where we want to be? I know that we're doing an amazing job. We're doing amazingly well, rendering ourselves to be here. But then again, some questions remain unanswered because time for such conversations has never been the best ally. We can come here for 3 days, have these conversations. After the 3 days, then what? Even for what we've had from day one, yesterday, and today, day 3, there are questions that have not been answered. But I also believe there are things that have been learned, and our hearts are filled with so much more in what we need to, look forward to. So I'm going to be giving a chance to particularly about 5 to 6, 7 people. Okay? Think about it. Your question, your concern, your reaction, your call to action could be what we are looking for to move this agenda to the next level. And guess what? You'll have 60 seconds. Let me make it easy. You have 1 minute. When you say 1 minute, it sounds like it's so less. 60 seconds looks like it's a lot of time. Yeah? So quickly, I will be giving you 60 seconds. Somebody right here, you have any questions? You could, it could be to anybody in the room. It could be to all of us. It could be to even your neighbor. It could be to yourself. It could be a challenge that you have learned. You've picked up yourself. You feel re-energized. You feel like you've been uplifted to charge each and every person in this room so we can move this agenda. I am looking for that young man. I am looking for that young woman in this room right now. Here we go, guys. And the chance starts now. Okay? 60 seconds. Remember, I have 60 seconds. Oh, all right. Do I have my mic moving around? Let me have him. Do I have a mic? Okay, okay. Let me begin with you. Let me begin with you. Please. 60 seconds. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank everyone for this. My question is, we are looking at agriculture, and I appreciate that we have handled plants and the soils. I don't know whether we are considering also the animal part of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're talking plants, we're talking soil. How about the animals? Those guys feed us. Those guys give us the manure that we need so we can deal with the plants. Not so? Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Do I have another question? I have a question right there. Thank you very much. Feel free. Let's go. Let's go. I need to have someone who's going to be writing down these questions. By the way, we'll be getting people to respond to these questions. So worry not. We'll get all the questions, and the answer will be coming later on. Please feel free. Go right ahead.
My name is Paul, and I'm a student from Makerere University in Uganda. I want to thank Heifer International for this dialogue and also for the aspect of inclusion, especially as persons with disabilities. And moving forward, I want this thing to be happening over and over again. I just want to give a vote of thanks to Heifer International. Thank you.
Well done. A vote of thanks. That's an appreciation. One more time. Let's appreciate our brother right here, friends. Okay, so we need more of these engagements. Now we know. And by the way, just so you know, if you realize we are talking inclusivity, when we talk about this being a movement, it means we are not leaving anybody behind. Everybody has to be a part of this. For example, this also now raises a concern. If we are talking about Agritech, how about our friends who have impairments? Are we thinking of designing things, applications, and everything that will help them to be involved? Because you never know. We have amazing people out there. We don't want to only talk about people who will sit on their computers and they have the ability to type. How about these, our other brothers and sisters? How are we thinking? Because remember, if we say movement, we're going to be talking about each and every person. I have a question over there as well. I don't know if it's a question or a concern or 60 seconds. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you.
It's not a question. It's a concern. We can't be, am I clear, guys? Okay, we can't be talking about agriculture transformation or impact without involving us, the young people, to the policymakers who are here. We are not just beneficiaries, but we are the real champions. Like Elude said, you can't be saying we should make agriculture sexy, attractive, fashionable. No, there is nothing sexy about agriculture when young people are not making money. So yes, I'm a slave farmer. I slay on and off the farm. But this is just something to, like it's a catchy phrase. There's nothing slaying or sexy about it when we're not making money. So we should be encouraging the young people to engage in farming as a business. Yeah? Don't just talk about our issues when you're not involving us. It's us who know the real issues. So thank you so much. And to Heifer International, thank you so much for organizing this and bringing us together as youth champions. Thank you.
Now, let me speak to my wonderful guests who are here. As a matter of fact, when you talk about young people, I want to be very honest and very clear. These guys love money. I'll tell you, we love the money. We want to make the money. So the best way we can make it attractive. I mean, these days when you talk to young people, you know what they want to be? They want to be soccer players because it's just about 90 minutes, run around with the ball, millions of money in the bag. They want to be artists. Just do one song, come on stage. And also let you know, by the way, most of the artists don't do the singing. They do the word and then the audience sings and the guys get a lot of money. So how about if we interest them in this agriculture and this technology and we make it fancy and make it so cool for them? End goal? Make the money. Yes. make the money. That's what we're talking about. So we're getting some questions. I'm going to request later on, real quick, our guest Sua here. Anybody who is ready to respond maybe to some of the questions that have been asked, one of the questions that has been asked already, please feel free to let me know. We'll be coming to those responses. I have a gentleman here. Okay. Okay, I think I saw him first. Okay, let me begin from there. Then I will come here. And I'm going to, before you, I love this. Now the side has woken up. Well done, well done. Let me begin from there. I'm coming. I am crossing the equator, don't worry.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Alan Ahimbisiwe, the founder of Speke Africa, an agro consultancy in Uganda. I want to pose a challenge to you all. Do you know that there has never been a time like this when young people are so much excited to be part of this agro transformation in the whole world? So you better tell the world out there that you better be ready for a transformation led by young people, ready to change this world and using food and agriculture. Thank you.
Young people, give yourselves a big round of applause. I like it when we say young people, give yourselves a big round of applause, and our guests here also clapping. Beautiful, beautiful. I know we are young in the spirit, right? Okay, so I have Femi over here. And then I'll come to my VVIPs. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Femi, and this is sort of my question or concern. We have emphasis on smallholder farmers, and it is important for us to support them. But the point is that I started farming, right? And I saw that the more I remain smaller, the more I remain small as a youth, I am deficient. There is no way forward. And from my education and research, I found out that if I keep being small at the usual rate of less than 5 hectare planting, 5 hectares planting grains or less, you might not make tangible profit to keep to your livelihood in growth. Now, my question is, what are we doing to African farmers to increase their scale? Because we know there is power in economies of scale when you grow. Are their focus to increase their capacity? We've been talking about smallholder farmers for past decades, but we should be having more and more.
Thank you very much, Femi. I think I get your question. 60 seconds done.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I think this goes to our stakeholders. This goes to policymakers. This goes to the government officials. This goes to everybody who has what it takes, or who plays a big role in making sure, like he says, scaling up the business so it can be bigger. Like I said, the guys want the big time money. All right? The questions are coming. Let's think about that. I know I have a team from Heifer here. Okay, I have all the other policymakers and stakeholders here. We should be getting ready to answer to that question. What is being done? Can I cross over to the Northern Hemisphere? Yeah. All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's keep the questions at the back of our minds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Assumpta Nakalema, and I'm an innovator. My question is all about mindset, especially in people in Uganda, especially the government. Recently, I've seen most of the opportunities, especially recently the EPA system. You find like the government is trusting people outside the country than people in the country. Yes. So you find, yet people inside the country, like they have the ability. I've seen many innovators. I believe most of us here, like innovate, have ideas which we would want to bring up, but you find like we are maybe what. Maybe they are not trusting maybe our quality and all that. So my question is, what is the government or other stakeholders, what steps are they putting in place to make sure that also our innovations, are believed in and are trusted?
Thank you very much. All right. I knew it at some point it would come back to government. Here we go, guys. Yeah, because you're the big guys. You're the big guys in the offices. That's a very, very big and bold question. Now, do I have responses here? I know I still have so many questions. I'll get back to that. I don't want to have them bulky, and then we might miss out on a point. Let's first respond to these questions. Okay? Let me begin with our guests here. Let's begin from government. I am yet to know if I have a government official here who will help me respond to that question. And also, don't run away. Oh, it should be this side. Honorable, here we go. Let me have a microphone here. Center stage it is. I know. And thank you for being here to listen to the young people. That's a very big question. Let me also put this in perspective. She began by saying the EPS system. So for our friends who have come from outside Uganda, the EPS system is it's an electronic system whereby if you're driving on our roads and you go against the traffic regulations, so the camera does its job, the message comes to you, your job is to pay the fine. But we got to learn that the tender was given to someone outside, and I think that is where she derives the question. Let's go.
Thank you everyone. Good morning to everybody. Consolata Chai is my name. I'm from Ministry of Agriculture and Munyonyo and Fisheries here in Uganda. I want to appreciate very much the approach and everything that we're trying to do today. All your concerns are true and they're correct.
That calls for a big round of applause, guys. We're being hard. Come on, everybody.
It doesn't mean that the government does not support you. The government does. And you know we always compete and we do that. With young people in agriculture, I want to tell you that we've not left you out. We have a strategy for young people doing agriculture, in agriculture. So that means we are with the young people. We've been trying to do a few things here and there on youth, but I want to appreciate our partners, the Heifer International. So this is part of what we are supposed to be doing. Heifer International, you're not alone, you're part of the government. That's why we're sitting here today. So young people, we are with you. We have actually currently a total database of more than 1,000 young people who are doing very well in agriculture. So we are moving, it is work in progress. So I think when we say government should support our local people, I stand with you. We need to support our own people. Probably sometimes we go off, but it is really something we need to do. We need to continue probing and see how we can uplift our own people to do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have a colleague here from agribusiness, and I believe he can also add a word or two. Thank you, Yafis.
Thank you very much, Heifer International. Yafis Ogwang is my name. I'm Assistant Commissioner in charge of agribusiness at the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. Thank you. You are not alone, as my colleague has stated. In the Ministry of Agriculture, we do a lot of collaborations. Like, for instance, just recently, we have been working with FAO International to promote youth in agribusiness. And they have done very well. They have not done only crops. They have also done animals. And now we are promoting integrated farming. Integrated farming where there is no waste. Somebody presented here, a lady from, my sister from Nigeria. I love it really. So we are encouraging agriculture. We are promoting agriculture without waste. That is where we are going. Integrated farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But at least we know that there's a shift. There's a shift being done. There's a GIA being engaged. And maybe one thing I will call up on the government to get to know, maybe these young people, we might need more publicity because the young people need to know. For example, I know there's so many of them right here who are getting to know what you have been doing with FAO International for the very first time. So the information needs to go out there. Let's make it public because these young people have the zeal to do what they desire to do. It's not true that young people are actually not interested. They are interested, but we need to have more interest or interest them even more. Please remember, as we feed our continent, as we talk about sustainability, these young people also want to make the money. All right? We had a question earlier on here. Anybody? Just a moment. All right, no one? Okay, so I have so many questions. Unfortunately, time not being the very best, but we'll pick on some of them, so feel free. Let me be a little over here. Just here. Let me have a question here. Is it a question, an appreciation? Is it a concern? Please. Remember, 60 seconds. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Asimire Patricia. I'm from Makerere University, and I'm the founder of Motofix, connecting stranded drivers to needed to needy mechanics who need customers. So we are talking about a conversation. Can we have a marketplace like transportation, value addition, but more specifically in transportation, because these agriculturists need to transport their what? Their products. And of course, we thank the existent companies like Safe Border, but if other companies like Motofix come in to fix the stranded drivers and riders of those tech companies, we could make money and have this big marketplace and have this whole community enjoying the money that makes sense and makes sense.
The money that makes sense. I knew that would be our end point. Thank you very much. So a lot needs to be done. When these guys are doing the amazing job in the fields with their tech, the question is, how do we get the products to a final consumer? Because that's the person who has the money. How do I get my products to the probably the factory? How do I get my products to that person who's going to give me that money that I'm looking at? But also, if I've developed anything in the world of tech, all right, how am I going to be able to sell it to the farmers so they can use it and I get the money? Now, the conversation carries on. Please do not hesitate also to let the rest of the world know. I know we are talking tech on your phones, on your computers, as you take the photos, as the panelists carry on. Remember to, on your social media, include the hashtag and let's amplify the message. Like I said, we carry on with the conversations and we are yet to get into another dialogue. Quite interesting one. Keep your eyes on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for Ronnie Mafet. Very rich conversation. We've heard your thoughts, we've heard your ideas, and your questions. Youth-led AgTech innovation is about shaping systems, shifting mindsets, and building a secure future. The next session takes us into a deeper conversation. It's a dialogue circle where we would see young AgTech entrepreneurs as not just founders, but architects of our agri-future. Joining us are some of the previous national and regional winners of AYuTe NextGen. Let's welcome the moderator of this discussion. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we invite Elude Ro Oganga, East Africa correspondent at Bloomberg.
Good morning. Good morning, how are you doing? That was a really great session with the MC. We'll try and keep the levels of energy exactly where they are. And we're here because we will be moderating a panel. My name is Elude Ro Oganga, like it was mentioned. I'm a journalist by profession, business and financial. I bring nearly 10 years of experience to the table covering sub-Saharan Africa, and I work for Bloomberg News. I will be talking to you today about a session on agriculture and youth. But unlike previously, when young people have always been encouraged to go into entrepreneurship, there's so many other areas of agriculture that they could explore, and that is the basis of our conversation today. If I could just ask you to turn your eyes to the screen, I prepared a little story just to set context before I call my panelists out. The tech team, are we ready? Well, as they get ready, one of the main questions that people ask is, what does agriculture look like in 2025? If you're below the age of 30 in the room, raise your hand. Oh, wow. Okay, turn around and see how many are in the room. Turn around and see. Keep your hands up, keep your hands up. A round of applause for them, because these are young people that are venturing into agriculture. Now, I saw a couple of hands that had white hair, and we're going to forgive you for today. Now, when you think about edifying the power and potential of agriculture, you ask yourself, what does a farmer look like in 2025? Next slide. Now, the young man you see on your screen is Jean-Claude Nyomugabo. John Paul, are you in the room? Jean-Claude? A round of applause for him. Now, that gentleman, you can see him on the farm. But he's not your ordinary farmer, okay? He is a celebrity. Next slide. He has over 500,000 followers on social media. He's a globetrotter. You can see he's in London, he's next to an aeroplane, he's in China, and he's also a TED speaker, right? Agriculture has so much potential. True or false? Absolutely. But when you tell people you're in agriculture, they think you're in the farming boots. But agriculture can be you flying drones. Young people are now into podcasts. Others are tweeting about soil health. Marianne, are you in the room? A round of applause for her. A couple of time zones away from home, talking about soil health and technology. Next slide, please. Now, there's a lot of potential. There's technology, there's innovation, there's system design, and there's also advocacy. Next slide. And when we talk about this, it's because World Bank estimates that this is a sector that will be worth $1 trillion. And it's important because 70% of the continent are young people, 60% employed in agriculture, yet only 10% are involved in policy advocacy. And this sets the conversation for today. Next slide, please. So we ask ourselves, if youth are the demographic, are they a challenge or are they a dividend? Which sets basis for our conversation today. Next slide, please. We are asking, what does it mean for young people to not just participate in agriculture, but to rethink it, reshape it, and redesign the systems? Our panelists for today are Dr. Samantha Ainembabazi. She is the co-founder of Freezer Nanotechnology. And what's really interesting about her is she's a medical doctor by profession. But instead of going into medicine, she said there's scientific knowledge that she gets from school, enzymatology, and she says, I can use that to leverage agriculture and ensure that farm produce get a lifeline on the shelf. A round of applause for her as she comes out. Our next panelist is Mike Segawa. He's the founder and CEO of Salinas. Now, for him, he studied agriculture, actually. But instead of cultivating crops, he tells me that he's in the business of creating jobs by leveraging technology to solve 44% of soil-related diseases. A round of applause for Mike as he comes out. Our third panelist for the day is Samson Alemu, and he is the CEO of Third Biotech. Now, for him, he studied genetic engineering. It sounds like a big term, right? But instead of going into that field, he said, how do I leverage bacteria to ensure that we transform agricultural practices? He's been on this stage before last year, a winner, and he's back to share how far he has come with this journey. A round of applause for him. Listen, I don't think you had me right. He was the winner last year. A proper round of applause for him. And finally, top achievers of the list, we have Tajuddin Yahaya. He was part of the top 3 last year. He is the CEO of Extension Africa. And since then, his business has grown to employ over 60 employees, over 8,000 extension services on the African continent, operating in 2 countries, and the farmers that work with him, close to 1 million. A proper round of applause for him as he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the panel. Let's start with you, Tajuddin, because you're the last one to come out. Last year to this year, how has the experience been for you, post being top 3 in AYuTe and seeing your business grow through this period?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm Tajuddin Yahaya, Extension Africa. I think the journey has been really, really interesting. So one thing I keep saying about Heifer, it's a family, right? It's a network of opportunities, platforms of different kinds. So it's actually been a very good foundation for our business since we won last year.
Mm-hmm. Samson, to you, how has winning looks good on you, yeah? How has it been?
Thank you so much. Samson from Third Biotech. It's been a remarkable year, I would say. We have moved to, I think, from 3 products last year to 8 products now, different types of products. We also managed to raise funds, almost $1.2 million since we won AYuTe. Thank you so much. And now we are building 3 times bigger facility to what we have in the previous year. And hopefully we are getting ready now to move to the Eastern Central Africa market and also benefit our farmers in Ethiopia. So it's been a really remarkable year, and it's been, I would say, the push for us, and also the next stage that we wanted to make last year was having this access to this kind of audience, this kind of finance and all that things. So it's been great winning.
Yeah. Aina Mbabazi, to you, you were also part of the competition last year, and yesterday chatting with you, you've also grown your product portfolio. Talk to us.
Thank you very much, Ondiro. Everyone, you're most welcome. My name is Dr. Aina Mbabazi Samantha, the co-founder and CEO for Fraser Nanotech. So last year, we actually emerged among the top 10, so we did take home a cash prize as well. And thanks to Heifer, we've been able to expand our product line, like Tar Biotech. Fraser has also been able to expand. So initially, we had one flagship product, actually, at the beginning of the first time we encountered Heifer. That was the Heifer competition of Uganda. And by the time we moved to the AYuTe NextGen competition, and up till now, we've moved from just the sachet, which was the one flagship product we have, to the Fraser bags, the Fraser stickers, and the Fraser pods. So now we have 4 different products that are, thank you very much, that are serving the farmers and vendors in different ways, based off of their needs. So yeah, we are really also proud of that.
A round of applause for her, and the only lady on the panel. Now let's come to you, Mike. Your journey has also been very interesting, and yesterday while I was talking to you, you said that your business grew so fast that your business left you behind, and you had to do catch-up. Take me back to the basics. What problem were you trying to solve initially that led you to the product that grew so fast that you had to run to catch up?
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Segawa, the founder of Sinest Agribusiness Uganda. We are solving the problem of soil-borne diseases. As mentioned earlier, that with boost of Heifer, I'm so lucky to tell you that we are the pioneers of the AYuTe Uganda. I'm the winner of first edition. That means I'm now 3 years old into the business. But interestingly, in our first month, we had a capacity of producing 50,000 grafted tomato seedlings. In a period of 3 months, the business grew and left us behind. How? The demand was high than what we could produce. So on that way, we used to say, what is next? So we developed an idea of using clients' money to scale our business. How? Dear farmer, make a deposit. We start on your order. In the due process, it helps us to scale. Currently, we shifted from 50,000 seedlings per month. For now, we're producing 35 seedlings of tomatoes per month. That's how we scaled up.
Run me the numbers again. You said you shifted from what to what?
We shifted from 50,000 seedlings per month. Current, 35,000 per month. Sorry, 350,000 seedlings. I'm sorry for that.
A round of applause for him. It's very important to get this data right. That is 7 times increase in their production capacity. Exactly. Then my question to you is, why that growth? What is it? What's that pain point in the market that attracted farmers to your products?
Well, the idea behind it was so simple that generally our growers experience loss at their nurseries. That is to say, 30% according to UNFAO. Then they lose 10% at transplanting stage. And don't forget, they also lose 4% due to the soil-borne diseases. As we, the Salinest, we started solving the 4% of grafting to solve soil-borne diseases, unknowingly that when you give a client grafted seedling, you have solved the 40 earlier, that is to say, the 30% at a nursery stage, Then the 10% at transplanting stage, and the 4% due to soil-borne diseases. Now, our solution became a combo solving 44% of the farmers' challenge.
I hope the young people who raise their hands are taking note of how influential and transformation technology is. Let me come to you, Mbabazi. You're also in the same category where you're leveraging technology to also increase the shelf life of produce, 31 days of freshness. Talk to us about how your technology and how your business is shifting mindset and behavior in the market.
All right, thank you very much, Ndiro. So, actually, the Fresa Normal does up to 31 days, but now we have Fresa Super that does up to 60 days.
Ooh.
So we don't, we're very particular about the nature of the fruit or vegetable, so that those that we extend up to 30 days and those that we extend up to 60 days, and that those that we won't extend up to 60 days because of the nature of the plant or the vegetable, because this is life that we're dealing with. So for us, that kind of nanotech has enabled us to really give farmers the opportunity to leverage the kind of market they have. So initially, because now we're working with farmers and vendors that are, for instance, in northern Uganda particularly, we're working with those dealing in tomatoes. So initially they had a lot of middlemen, but now with our technology, they really get to choose where to send their fruits to or where to send their tomatoes to. So they get to choose the kind of market they have. So they don't give a lot of power to middlemen. Now they hold that kind of power. And also they have a competitive advantage as to compared to large-scale farmers, because now they can compete like equitably because they have the same kind of technology to preserve. So where they couldn't afford cold chain, like the way large farmers can afford it, now they can also afford something that does the same thing or even better and is cheap and is effective. So firstly, they're able to choose their kind of market. They're able to ship off to even further markets, so extend their market, and they're able to have an eco-competitive advantage with the large players in the space.
A round of applause for her. And to you, Samson, particularly because your background is in genetic engineering and biology, what about agriculture and fertilizer, the way it was being practiced on the African continent, made you think there's an opportunity here to bring your information, your technology, and your background so that you can transform the way agriculture was being, fertilizer was being used on the African continent, particularly through the use of fertilizer?
Thank you, Andoria. So I think we're talking about very advanced technologies here. Samantha was talking about nanotechnology, and we are going to talk about biotechnology. All these technologies are advanced, and they require very technical people to deal with. And you can see with the engagement of young people, Africa can actually catch up with these new technologies. So that's actually what brings me there. And to start with, include all the different nutrients that are required for every crop to grow. So I think, looking back, I would say the passion and the energy to solve problems, and also the efficiency that I see in biological products made me think this is the right way to solve the problems. And in addition to that, using organic fertilizers like compost, we're adding nutrients on the top of the soil, but we're not making sure that the plants are being able to access that nutrient inside the soil. So it's better to combine both feeding the plants and also feeding the soil. So that's what brings me there, and I believe that's also the way forward for Africa and also the world of agriculture.
Absolutely. And we've heard from our three panelists that what they're doing is they're leveraging technology. Now I have a question for you. How many of you believe that, this is a controversial one, how many of you believe that AI is going to take our jobs? Let me see, by a show of hands. How many? Don't be shy, raise it. No one will beat you, raise it so we can have a conversation. How many? The rest of you, why are we confident that we will still keep our jobs? And one of the answers is Tajuddin here. Because while technology is very important in revolutionizing our
interesting environment. So one thing I would actually like to say is our whole journey started in 2016, 2017, 2018. But to focus on extension, we had to start in 2019. But the idea was simple. You know, the farmer is a businessman. You don't have to advise him to go to the farm every year. The seed company is a businessman. He does that every year. The agro-processor is a businessman. But for the agent, funny enough, he's like an evangelist, actually. His role is to advise, right, and hopefully get paid someday by someone. And we thought there's no way we can attract young people to such an ecosystem. And for us to really start thinking about solution, we have to start by redefining what extension is. And that was really the genesis of our business model. We started thinking about rebranding extension. And we don't call them extension workers or community-based advisors or village-based advisors. We actually call them farmer business associates. Because the idea of having young people in the space is to call them something they can actually be proud of, right? And that was the first thing. Now, the second thing also we had to look at is how do we get these people paid? And I think that's actually the cherry on the icing on the cake here. And to do that, we have to also think about the function of an agent. I think we have so many technologies. The problem sometimes is not about the technology solution. The problem is the channel of actually passing that technology solution to a farmer in a community without internet, right? And we started thinking about, can we redefine the agent as a channel to the farmer? And if we do that, it means we can create a new avenue for young people to play in that space. It's almost like a jungle with a baby face. You know, you think it's actually very attractive, but when you go deep, you see so many things. And when we started doing that, we saw so many ways we could work with an agent. And currently, I'll tell you, we started with just around 20 agents in 2019. Today, we have over 4,000 agents in 15 states in Nigeria, right? And it's a very, very simple idea. Can we make the agent from an evangelist to a micro SME providing commercial services to a farmer? That was the idea. And then we started thinking about technology eventually after 2 years. Because we know tech is important, but I think tech has been focused on the farmer for too long. And we're thinking, can we use technology to make the agent smarter in delivering those values to the farmer? So it's not like the tech doesn't go there, but it actually works through a channel. And now we really have a very fantastic platform. So we have one agent to like 200 farmers. So currently we have over 800,000 farmers in our network. And what that means is for a brand like Nano, Fraser, and Thor Biotech trying to come into Nigeria, you could just plug into our platform and connect with a farmer. And I'll give you a typical example of Kenya. I was in Kenya last month, and in my assessment, the company has an agent network to deliver their solution to an agro dealer. Now, the agro dealer has an agent network separate from the company with another app to actually deliver their solution to the farmer. The farmer has an app, a different app, and a different agent to provide actually to manage their farmer's network. So there's a lot of duplicity of agents in that space. I've not really built a good sustainable model for each agent. So our idea is a plug and play. If we transform our young people in rural communities to efficient channel with technology solution, we can plug everybody in. And that is what we have. We have from seed companies to fertilizer companies to insurance to banks plugging into our network to actually work with an agent. And this creates a huge leap from an agent earning around $35 to over $300 per month, right? And by numbers still, the cost of farmer acquisition for any company is from $45 to $60. Now you can access a farmer with just around $1 on our platform. So this is really the power of actually not just to focus on technology, but actually looking at how technology can make our systems more efficient and smarter in working with farmers and community level.
And in the work that you do with farmers, how have you been able to help them turn around their businesses, turn around their yield, turn around their take-home?
Yeah, and that's a very, very important question. I think the whole idea of farmers' profitability and productivity, it's actually a function of the formula they use per season. Now, you have to be able to coordinate the farmer's engagement from seed to market for him to get the adequate productivity and profitability. So if the soil is right, but the seed is not right, then you don't have it. If the seed is right, but maybe the fertilizer application is not right, you still won't have it. Even if you have the fertilizer, but the application of the fertilizer is wrong, you still won't have it. So you need to have like an end-to-end. So what we do with our farmers and our agent is we make them like an end-to-end one-stop shop for the farmer. So through this agent, the farmer gets access to the advisory, to the seeds, to the fertilizer, and he gets an end-to-end value. Now, through that value, we've seen an increase in farmers' productivity by over 30%, right? And in terms of profitability, it's actually really increasing by over 70% because now the agents can the farmer gets connected to the right quality seeds, inputs, and also gets to the right market at harvest. So I think it has really been transformative, and this beats the next stage of our growth, which is building a commercial search engine for agents in Africa, which means that companies can plug into any market without having to build that structure all over again.
Absolutely. A round of applause for him. Now, Mike, let me come to you. Initially, when we were speaking to you, you briefly mentioned finance. And in part of growing, you need money, particularly when you're leveraging tech, when your product is very disruptive in the market. At some point, you will need to scale up. From your experience working with farmers and getting grants, how is it in terms of sourcing for financing and getting to a place where businesses can scale, but they need money to do that? Mike.
Well, thank you very much. For the business to scale up, true, you need finance. However, there is limited access to finance, but it requires you to be creative to solve the available challenge. For example, at ourselves, we realized that we can't work alone. We decided to partner with other key stakeholders in the sector. For example, however much we are good in raising seedlings, but we're not good in transporting it, then instead of stressing yourself of buying a truck to transport the seedling, you partner with transport companies, you take that fee for transport, we take that fee for the seedling. For the case of stressing ourselves that we need to get high amount of buying the inputs, for example, seeds, we partner with seed companies. Hey, we have the farmers. You have the seeds. You look for farmers. We have them. Why don't you give us your seeds? We raise them, we sell, and later we give you money. In that way, it has helped us to avoid being grant entrepreneurs, looking from one grant to another. We are focusing on finding solutions locally within ourselves. Thank you.
And Dr. Ainembabazi, to you, particularly nanotechnology, very new, not very common. What doors, for lack of a better word, have you had to kick down? Or how hard have you had to work to change market perception and stereotypes surrounding your technology to get it adopted?
Yeah, that's a very important question, Elude Ro. So with nanotech, first of all, it was a nuance, not only to the farmers or the vendors, but even to the community, investors. It was really a new thing. And when you talk to farmers, I think I was recently telling a group of people that one of the mistakes that we made as a team was to get our knowledge and everything we knew and first go to the lab. You know, because initially as an innovation company, we used to work on medical projects, a lot of medical projects together. So when this came, because remember, these are also life systems, fruits and vegetables are life systems. So when we had the opportunity to work on life systems such as this, we went first to the lab, which was a huge mistake. And we learned from that. We should have first gone to the field and studied the kind of people we were selling this product to, and then come back to the lab. So when we went to the lab first, we didn't realize that the people that we were taking the solution for, or the people that we were making this solution for, were biased towards laboratory-built solutions. So it's like COVID. You know, there's this notion that COVID was built in the lab and things like that. So it's the same thing with solutions that come from the lab, and you're going to use them on live systems, especially with things that people are going to eat, people are going to ingest, you know? So at the end of the day, that was something we had to debunk. That was a myth we had to debunk about lab-built solutions that are built in the lab, and to really prove that they are safe. So we went through really gruesome processes, which some of them we are still going through, but we have gotten a breakthrough. So we went through really gruesome processes to prove that this is safe. And it's right because we want to provide a solution that's safe. But those are some of the challenges we had to break down. So I think my take, and based off of my experience, I would say that if young people are building something for farmers, I think it's better to visit the farmers first. However smart you are, if it's biotech, if it's nanotech, you have to go to the field first before you go to the lab and then find out like what are the biases, what should you incorporate with your scientific solution? Because that bias of lab-built solutions, it's still there among the farmers and vendors. So yeah, within those communities, just visit those communities first and then you'll have a smoother sale.
Yeah. And Samson, how was your experience visiting the farmers, introducing a new product to them? They're used to chemical fertilizer. Here is a genetic engineer with a big degree from Addis Ababa telling them, I have something new for you.
Yeah, I think Samantha said it well. It was tough at the beginning, to say the least. Not from the farmer side, because the farmers don't really understand this whole thing, but from the legal perspective, it was really difficult, and we have to go the hard way to convince the governing, the legal, to change even the legal structure, starting from the trade law to the standards and all those things. So we have been the ones who have been pushing for the presence of legal framework for biological products, and we have succeeded in terms of our products. And now the country have a legal framework for our products, for 4 of our products, and that's something big that we have achieved in the last 2-3 years, because most of the young people looking at the technology outside of Africa are trying to bring that technology in, and the government system is not there yet. So you have to push that side also, and it was very difficult. And from the farmer side of things, it's not enough for the farmers to pay you. Solving the problems is not enough for the farmer to pay you. So you have to go and convince them. So what we did different to what Samantha said was, I know a quote, I think it's from Henry Ford, or I don't know. If you ask someone with a horse what he wants, I think I'm not saying it right, but most of you know it. So I know that quote, and we try to build on that, and we try to teach farmers. We have been providing trainings. We provided trainings for almost now 10,000 smallholder farmers. We try to work with extension workers. Now we have over 300 extension workers to create awareness. And also we do demonstrations, like massive demonstrations now in 7 regions. And that helped a lot to convince farmers, because now they are seeing the change. Now they are seeing they don't have to use pesticides. Now they have seen the size of their greens. Now they have seen the size of their produce. So they start to believe, and they start to pay us. And in 2022, we had only 600 smallholder farmers who bought our products. But this year, we have more than 41,000 smallholder farmers who are paying for our products. So I think, thank you. So it's a little bit gradual, but you can make it. I'm sure it's possible.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. 30 seconds, please.
Okay. So one other thing that I remembered when he was speaking is when we were developing the standards for the Fraser solution, when we went to UNBS, we didn't have standards for our solution. So because it was a new solution in the market, we had to first go through the process of first creating standards and then being evaluated against those standards. So I think young people also creating new formulations in the market will face that. So you initially find that your product may not necessarily fit the standards, so they'll have to first set those standards for you, and so you have to go through that process and then proceed. Yeah.
As we come to a close of this conversation, I just have 1 more minute. Tajuddin, you are the last one to come out, so we'll give you the last word. What is that one pressing thing that is sitting on your chest that before we leave this stage, you want to leave it here?
Well, I think, to be honest, it's really collaboration. I think what we lack in the agri space is we work too much in silos, right? If there's anything I would like to leave here is, agri is a value chain. One thing connects to the next before the last mile. And we have to be able to collaborate. There's nobody giving anybody award anywhere. So the essence is we need to collaborate. And secondly, just to add to, I think we really have to be intentional about planning. I'll give you a particular example. Last month I was with an agent, and the agent categorically told me, please, no Zoom call. Right? It means that there's a lot of literacy issues at the last mile, technology solutions. So I think intentionality in planning means we need to have short-term, mid-term, and long-term plan. Our business models have to be patient. Our logic model have to be understandable and patient as well. And we should be able to actually forecast, what we want to be by 2050 in a way that actually connects today to that moment. So I really want to say we need to collaborate more. We need to be really intentional about our planning. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for my panelists. We promise to keep it short and sweet. I hope you enjoyed the session. From the far end, Samson, genetic engineer revolutionizing agriculture using bacteria. And Mbabazi, she's a medical doctor leveraging on enzymatology. Then you have the man of agriculture himself, solving 44% of soil-borne diseases, and the man integrating technology and human beings and providing agricultural extension services. My name is Ndiro Ganga. Thank you very much for listening.
What a conversation. Imagine growing beyond what you even had dreamt. This is not just about agribusiness, but this is about vision, growth, voice, and stems that we're here to shift. Now, we know that you're all seated. We know you've all been tired. So we're now going to take a well-earned break. And as you step out, don't just head for the tea table. Check out the experiential area, from the 360 photo booth to the ranch, and a few surprises we won't spoil. But there's plenty to explore, take a picture of, and share. This is your moment to refresh, connect, share a laugh, and capture the moment. But do not forget to share all your pictures and videos tagging AYuTe Africa at X, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Use the hashtag AYuTe NextGen 2025, and we'll see you back here shortly in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the tea break. See you in 20 minutes.
cosita que pasó, que son tus ganas de pelear, ya que me empiezo a enamorar, y tú ya quieres terminar.
Et comment ça, comment des types, tu crois les corps, on s'arrête plus jamais, je pourrais t'afficher, mais c'est pas mon délire, après les rumeurs, tu m'as
Tú solita te matas, pensando que tengo ganas de más, y te vas sobre fiesta. Bájale, bebé, esto no lleva nada, esto de pelear no me gusta nada. Si quieres, mándame location para la mierda, y si me pierdo por la ruta, tú me la das. Si te quiero y te decora, soy sincero y no lo haces. Canal que no se enamora, y yo aquí perdí otra vez. Sin irte yo ya te olvidé, peleándome por TVT. Deja la película, bebé, esa ya la vi por TNT.
C'est pas comme ça, c'est pas comme ça. Oh, Dodger, y'a pas moyen, Dodger. J'suis pas ta gata, Dodger. En Dodger, la baby, tu viens ça.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Tú solita te matas, pensando que te I go away, if not 10 years, it could take. You feel like my fire, girl, won't you be mine? Where you there? She a fit see you today. In your body, feel cut in my wire. All over you to find. It's a banana like monkey, but it's sweeter than turkey. Slowly roll it down like this. You know they take off far from me. Surely go down, down for me. But it goes so far, now money. Girl, no one dance all on me. You're too short, enter for me. All over again. Where you are, no be like so divine, so you feel the color of my face. All over again. She go beside me, yeah. DJ Ivan. We never see this kind of love, yeah. You make me want to fire, yeah. Say you go cause it casala. My girl, you know be a shana. Me, I really want for you, see. I give you look back and Gucci. The way you boogie down is stupid. How much stupid, yeah. It's a banana like monkey, but it's sweeter than turkey. Slowly roll it down like this, baby. No, they take off far from me. Surely go down, down for me. Waiting go so far, now money. Girl, no one dance, so don't need. You're too short, better for me. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could live forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh, me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say so when you carry 50 kilos somebody. You know I feel a vibe, so baby, why not come? Yeah. And I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you go come forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh no, so when I want to come out, take a sing that. Why you want to request on your me like I need that? I'm gonna put the ring on your finger too. I'll be a better guy, be a better guy. On the low, on go come deliver. I know you fall in your hand
till I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out. Pull up and anytime we say out. The men them outside, we know they out. No they look for us, we know they out. No they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Oh, see, I'm ahead of them, as she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. He look me, you go collect oh. See, I'm on a middle leader, she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. He look me, you go collect oh. Chase my friends and click. When I call them, I'm all pulling up. We strapped up with the guns and the swords and things. Bring help to anybody who try to test me. I'm your dad, I'm your uncle, I'm your popsy. I'm the old man, no go they call me Gen Z. Brother C, steady giving them up with the love bar. Giving them Jeremy. Asalabalama, just go. Oh, you know I don't show. I'm on my polo white, my face show. Sweet boy for life, you don't know. The serious babe, you worry my phone. Got this up for back, you don't know. Every day when you run, I'm on board. Supposed to know the thing go. I'm getting high till I fade out. See the vibe, no pure on my way out. Full of value, anytime we say out. The men them outside, we know they out. No they look for us, we know they out. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Oh, see, I'm ahead of them, as she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. He look me, you go collect it. See, I'm on a middle leader, she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. He look me, you go collect it. I'm on a different steez. Singlet belt and ripped up jeans. Bantu as I know if you lose that cheese. Oluwa under my body with blessings. When you leave that scene. When I say kukuru cook that thing. Ulu take a moya do that thing. This white yash black, I rebuke that thing. Nobody try stress me, I know be JJC. I don't know if you get it. On it up rating, I feel they do the best thing. You won't race me, we know they do the same thing. Get on up, be testy, you say waiting, no go easy me less. You put up creeping, I do it diligently. One let me go, all over. I'm getting high till I fade up. You divide no pure on my way up. Full of value, anytime we say fast. You men them outside, we know they are. We know they are. See the bullet, we don't spray. Say the bag, I don't stay.
DJ Ivan.
Heard you no vex for me. Say I never call you since. But I hope that you are well. I hope your mind can tell. Every day I pray for you. Make you back, God bless you. I never forget you. I won't forget Zemmer. See my shoulder. Make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend indeed. My money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I pray for you, my friend. Oremi atata, you always stay in my mind. I did me gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, those gon' be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend indeed. I'm on the money, don't show now. I don't give some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? See my sister.
Ivan.
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like work, but you must hustle if you want job. If no finish they won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no hear what they want tell me. Putting on my fantasy. They want to check if my dad be low. But in the rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, in the rush well, it be much. Don't be hype, everybody be crush. There's no darling with us. If only Jack Bata, I dey go Ghana. You never touch you, they from back. Which kind money we never see before. You sell on me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay. I never take my cake away. Ajay, you can't count my grave. I just did my lane. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no hear what they want telling me. Putting on my fantasy. They want to check if my dad be no wrong. But it dey rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, it dey rush well, it be much. Don't be hype, everybody be crush. There's no darling with us. I say it dey rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. The kind money we touch. It dey rush well, it be much. Don't be hype,
DJ Ivan.
Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Party Jamila, we carry bum. But they make my medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. But they make my medulla, they malfunction. Baby wonder, yeah, I see fine like a mommy wonder. Not because you fine like a mother, who think that they say a lot of yeah, my soul. She gonna call me daddy, everybody gonna be a daddy, Gila, all over the world, one. No, they carry last, you know they are the carry last. So you know your friend, the carry cash. You did to me, I know like I know they carry last, you know they are the carry last. So you know your friend, the carry cash. You did to me, I know like Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. But they make a medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. But they make a medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party If I broke to my business, I'ma show you little guy. All I get money like business. If I broke to my business, I'ma show you little guy. All I get money like.
And I believe in fast life, but I see it in slow.
DJ Ivan.
And you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the dope. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me a stand the defender like yourself in love. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even one. If you fall in love, tell it certain. You go to breakfast, I'm not cutting. Can you see people, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want to live.
If I broke to my business, I'ma show you little guy. All I get money like business. If I broke to my business, I'ma show you little guy. All I get money like.
I need access, if you the reason why your papa want to jealous me. If you want to take a serious
cause I do top speed. Don't be the rest of that, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I'll be done with somebody that can do like me. When I feel I'm a son, I'm coming off the right wing. I got to your defender, you don't need to tell me. I'm finesse. You know, send me, I must snap. I will carry go. If we had the money past you, if you're not careful, finesse. You know, send me, I must snap. I will carry go. If we had the money past you, if you're not careful. I broke down my business. I'm not gonna go back. I'm not getting money back. I broke down my business. I stay high, I'm never steady on my grind. You no fear no one at all. Cause who I need my side. Energy 100%, oh, and them no fi comprehend. And them no fi understand. I'm catching flies and pay for dance. Nobody better than I. 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 Nobody better than I.
I say what you so you go rip my business of life. Yeah. And then Mr. Pizza from them is so just to survive. Yeah. But that's the fool on my head. That's why I'm steady on my grind. You know where I'm from, I'm never going back. Yeah. So give me one for the road. Make the shine, you feel my body and soul. Pray for the best, if the rest to follow. Blood in my eye, go test me, go look. What's the right to go low? But that's the fool on my back. That's why I'm steady on my grind. You know where I'm from, I'm never going back. No, 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 no.
Nobody better than I. 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 Nobody better than I.
DJ Ivan.
You're gonna my one side. You make me give number. Me no feel look and pass. She give me eye contact. Oh baby Jack, come on. Oh baby Jack, give me this your love. Me I go show you love. As long as you know with me, Joe. Your body must go kill him, and I know man to be one of them. Columbia body name, I want to make my mind a rest. He better make a day with you, cause he's solo short and they cost. Baby turn around, make a come on top. Feel like I take it by now. Feel like a boss like Kana. Show to me love, Amaya. Put all the love for trousers. You make me want to get dance, girl. Mama, Kulia. Control shift to your pants, girl. Come taking my banana. Yeah, yeah, that is kind. Your body they stand, oh no, no. Your body they draw like a bono. Your body they hot, you gonna. Feel like I take it by now. You like a boss like Kana. Show to me love, Amaya. Put all the love for. I'm a da. She want them from. Like if I want time, she come from.
Ivan.
I think too long. She want to test my kakara. My dear, make I cry. I know they want to do like say. And you're supposed to go holiday, but I want to stay. Thought I was lazy. So baby, don't play. just love you and hold you for my hand. 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 Every little thing you do to me, you sweet to me for body. She love me free for love. DJ Ivan. Yeah, boy, like me got crazy. I'm gonna say sure for me. Say me come in from on. Another day for you, baby. Put my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take my last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard, baby. I'm all you did, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I did see all day, yeah. Overload, and you know you got like commando. Yeah, no drugs are fit to contain. Your body not baggage. You know, see I'm falling. Overdose me, love it, overdose me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please take your seats as we get set to switch it up to the next level.
si me pololo. Ya en mi casa lucho como todo. Ya le que bala ciego, pa' que pepa. Cuando puedo mi Diego, a Maradona. Que le fala que a sueto, la mofareza. Que le da pa' que pica negro. Yo lo crezco, un día ya crece. Que voy a ver esto, en la copia y al eso. No te voy a ver esto, un día ya crece. Que voy a ver esto, que voy a ver esto.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 3 minutes. Please take your seats. Ooh, and don't forget to share your pictures on social media. AYuTe Africa and Heifer Africa. Share, post, comment, like. Let them that are not here feel like they have missed something. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin in 2 minutes. Don't forget to like, comment, reshare all your posts, all your pictures, all your comments, all your sentiments. And you might as well even share your well wishes to the innovators. That's why we're here at AYuTe Africa and Heifer_Africa. Just use the barcode. Hashtag AYuTe NextGen 2025. We will begin in 1 minute.
Just they bounce with the groove. Look at it do. If you lose God, then go bounce with your boo. I can vouch for my crew. I'm telling you, until they do. Lifestyle of a crew. Make you dance, look they look. Then go they look. Then go they look. And say if it's not enough. If I do 99 goody, goody, then one. Don't know how to show you my love without fucking up. But I can buy you a new baby. Straight from made you love. want the people loving you, they make me forget, say I get nothing. By the end of the night, enter my confession. I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a woman, I want to impress.
Ladies and gentlemen, please get seated. Let us begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your tea break and shared your experiences thus far. Now, we're turning up the heat. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Hot Seat, Hot Talk. Just before we begin, please kindly take your seat while we prepare to start the conversation. Thank you. Now is the time. Hot Seat, Hot Talk. A conversation about what it really takes to build, scale, and sustain innovation in Africa's agriculture. A no-filter talk on what it really takes to catalyze innovation at scale in Africa. This is more than passion. It's about strategy, grit, execution, and impact.
Moderating this session is Femi Adekoya, the CEO of Integrated Aerial Precision, Nigeria. And joining him on stage are Elude Ro, welcome back, founder and CEO, Silo Africa. Then we have Zila Marie Arak, who is the Chief Product Officer, Easy Agric Uganda. We have Moses Nyambila, the CEO, ABI Development Limited. And the last but not the least, Yen Choi, the President and CTO, Netcom Africa. What to expect? Let me tell you. Expect straight talk, expect strategy, and most of all, expect to hear what it really takes to turn potential into progress. This is Hot Seat, Hot Talk. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause again. They say we don't stop clapping until everybody gets on stage.
Keep clapping, please. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. You've taken tea, right? Awesome. You're welcome, everyone. I hope you have been having a very good time in this conference. Please, I need the energy. Give me a good response. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, we are going to be having a real conversation, and the conversation is on return. This is an honest conversation. You, as a farmer, as an innovator, or perhaps you are an investor in the room, there is one key thing that is common to everybody. We are all concerned about the return on investment. And that's what we want to talk about today. But before I get hearing the various voices that we have on the stage on this panel, I'd like to remind you that agriculture in Africa is key, right? As it holds about 60% of its workforce employed in agriculture. Yet, agriculture is underfunded. In 2024, $2.2 billion US was invested in Africa's tech startup. That sounds huge to you, right? But that's just about 0.6% of the global pool in the venture capital fund. Let me say that again, 0.6%. Now, the big question is, how do we build solutions that scale across Africa? Scale across Africa's agricultural ecosystem, sustainably, inclusively, and with long-term value for farmers, innovators, and investors. So I have various voices, innovators, and investors on this panel who are going to be answering these questions. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you are ready to share honest feedback about this topic, this issue, right? Okay, so I'm going to start with this question about the big reality, and which is, despite agriculture's size and importance, Africa's agtech sector still struggles with access to financing. Innovators feel like investors don't get it. And investors also feel like innovators, I don't think you yet get it. So what do you think is holding back investment and scale in the agricultural sector? I will start with Moses.
Thank you, Femi. Yes, my name is Moses Nyabila. I work with an organization called ABI Development. We are catalysts for investment in agriculture. So we work primarily with agribusinesses, but we also work closely with the banks and government, basically to create the ecosystem necessary for investors to thrive. So this question then is very valid for us. Our first mandate is to really mobilize resources for agriculture, and we work primarily through value chains and agro-industrial clusters. So, and we attract resources. We have two ABIs, there's ABI Development and ABI Finance. ABI Finance looks for wholesale money, which again gets injected into banks and circles for on lending. Because again, investment, you can't invest what you don't have. So that mobilization is critical. So one of the biggest challenges is that there is no money that is earmarked for agriculture, whether from government or from investors traditionally. So in most of our economies, people invest in real estate and others. So our business is to really create the ecosystem. So we work both sides. We work with enterprises to make them investment ready, and we also provide catalytic funding that is then able to help crowd in money from banks and others. So really we create that opportunity. If you ask me why there's no investment, is that the ecosystem is actually not ready. So it's almost like planting a seed in the wrong place, in a rocky place where there's no water. So then it doesn't matter what the seed does, which is the challenge I see, especially with entrepreneurs like yourselves. So my call is that we work together. We bundle together, we work in clusters, we work in groups to unlock funding. So I have a few that I'll be happy to tell you about. We are doing in coffee, we are doing in major sectors, and really seeking to do a paradigm shift in those spaces, which is going to be interesting. So I would advise you to watch Uganda and perhaps find your way here if you're from Nigeria, which I suspect you are. Thank you.
Awesome. But I want to pick on what you said about the ecosystem is not ready. I will not allow you to answer that, but Elude, do you agree to that? Are innovators ready? Entrepreneurs, are we ready?
Thank you very much. This is a very important discourse that we are having today, and I don't think they are the ones who are ready, because we are ready.
Okay.
Yeah. As Moses has mentioned, they're looking at innovators like a seed that is planted in a rocky place. But if we go back, trying to understand this rocky place, who are these rocky people? Because in the banking financial sector, the rules that you're using today, did you know that it was developed in the 1940s, after the World War? Did you? No. And it's the same rules that we are using today in this whole issue of climate crisis, to try and catalyze the innovators to become profitable ventures. When I started Silo Africa, I knocked on so many doors trying to raise funding. I walked to banking institutions, and all these institutions, they always ask me for one thing: come with your business plan. Basically, they want to know my idea. And I gave them the business plan. And I know you guys will agree, that is the basic. But it's just the mere basic. It gets you through the first door. It's like it's like marriage. It is the first date. But does it guarantee you that the person is ready for marriage, or the best person for marriage? I don't think so. And so cash flow is what we are told is the king. And we are supposed to provide this cash flow on your year zero. I can say the financing institutions, we are, number one, you're operating in the old age rules in this current situation that we are in. And secondly, we want to, I think capital has gone lazy. Please bear with me. It doesn't want to work hard. It doesn't want entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs, we are walking the talk. We are doing the hard things. We only want it when our revenues are hitting maybe $500,000 and going.
Thank you, Elude. I still want to pass the same question to Yen. What is holding investment back in this ecosystem?
There we go. Okay, so how many of you have had a friend that asked you to lend them some money, right? Okay, so, and usually the ask is, can I borrow, $100? And you're like, let me think about it. Let me think if I can just lose $100, because I might not ever get it back. But let's say you have another friend that says, can I borrow $100? I will pay you back next week. I think that's better. Another friend says, I'll pay you back next week from the proceeds of money I'm supposed to expect next week from selling my bicycle. And I already have a buyer. That's even better. So that essentially is a business plan. And the business plan answers the who, the what, the where, why, when, and how. So I think that's important. Next is, asking for money is one thing, but showing how you're going to give that money back is very important. I hear a lot of stories, so-and-so company raised so-and-so much amount of money. We need more stories on how so-and-so company returned with profit that money. If I lent money to somebody and they gave it back to me in a week and they said, Yen, thank you very much, here's an extra bit, I would be very happy. And the next time they came to me, I would be like, great, no problem. Now it's opened up that channel. So I think, how do we change our story so that we are creating that full circle of how that money comes back? And I think that will unlock a lot.
You want to react to that, Zilla?
Thank you, Femi. I'm Hozila Rachmere, co-founder and chief product officer at AgriTech. At AgriTech, we are making farming profitable for both the farmers and agribusinesses. So I want to disagree a little with Ian and Moses. So in life, most of us, so in product, there are what we call the early adopters. Then there are late adopters. There are those who are brave enough to test the product first, yeah? And then there are those who wait for the neighbors to test, die, not die, until eventually then they will join. Another example is, for example, many of us know Elon Musk, and we know how much money he has put in building his rocket and taking the world to Mars, yeah? But why is he able to do all that? Because there is a fund that is betting on the idea. Now, I know most of us are going to come back and be like, no, he has built before, he has traction, which is okay, that is understandable. He has traction to show. But if we can't take a risk, yeah? If we can't take a risk on innovations, then we shall not have progress, yeah? We shall not have progress. So instead of shying away and you're like, no investment for AgTech, no investment for innovators because 1, 2, 3 people, I gave them 40M and the next, and a couple of years they have closed. We rather put aside a fund, just like what Heifer is doing and other partners are doing, Mastercard Foundation, other partners are doing that. This fund, it won't hurt so much if we lose, yeah? I'm not saying that's the case with other funds. I'm just saying that it's like you give a relative $10 and you know that bring it back or not, it will not hurt me. So let's have a fund that it's patient and the innovators can tap into so that there's a win-win. There's a win-win instead of all of us just shying away like, no funding, and then there's a very small pot because there will not be progress. For us to progress, we need to take risks. And that's what the innovators, us, we are doing. We are taking the risks.
Taking the risks. So I would like to now follow up with this conversation on what is holding us back. Innovators will claim that investors just have the fund. They don't understand the operations, working with smallholder farmers on the ground, the reality, the long-term, the low margins, and all that, right? And from the investor side, they're saying, no, how will I invest in a model that is yet to prove profitability? This is my question. Who is going to carry the risks? The investor or funder or the founder? Who is carrying the risks? It's a risky venture, as you have mentioned, and Zila mentioned lastly that there's a risk. So who is going to carry these risks? I'll push it first to Yen.
So I guess it's not really always a binary function, right? I think the best situation is if both parties carry the risk. What do you have to lose? Because if an investor gives money to an innovator and the business fails and the innovator walks away and just lives a happy life, there's nothing to lose. So just to balance the incentive and motivation, there needs to be some type of distributed risk. And also depending on the appetite of the investor. Some investors are more tolerant to risk because maybe they're operating in a basket of investments. Others want to take a more conservative approach.
Yeah.
Maybe not invest and just put the money into a bank account and not lose it, right? So it really depends. And I think it's important to understand what does the innovator have to lose or what's motivating them to succeed. Well, what's going to keep them up at night when something is not going right? I think that's really key.
Thank you so much for that point of view. Elude, I want to ask you, he said, if the investment fails or the startup fails, the founder just walks away and live a happy life thereafter. Is that true? Is that your view too?
Absolutely not. We are talking about business people, but at this point we are talking about entrepreneurs. First thing I think the issue with lack of investment is the underlying thing is lack of trust. And building trust takes money. It takes investment. If you look at it from the part of the investor is looking at this startup. You are high risk. And why are you high risk? Because number one, your cash flow is not looking good. Your business plan, your idea, okay, you have an idea, but the vision is not very clear. And they want all this to be in line so that they can have confidence, have the trust now to give you the funding. But how do you get to this level where trust is built? One, from the side of the investor, you need to build your business. You don't know whether the team you're building are the ones who are going to make your business profitable. You have to build the logistics plan. You have to figure out the supply chain. All this takes money. And with that, the investor on this other end wants all these things to be figured out by the time they're plugging in their funding. You see? So that is where the issue is. Likewise, when you go to the market, the farmer has done his bit. They have the produce ready to sell. Then you have this off-take on the other end. They want to purchase the goods. But no one wants to release the goods. The farmer doesn't want to release to the middlemen, the so-called middlemen, because they cannot be paid up front. Lack of trust. The investor, on the other hand, that is probably the off-taker. They want the goods in time to be in the right quantity, the right quality, and safe for their processing. But they don't want to pay. So from my end, as an innovator, the lack of trust has to come from both angles. Everyone has to take some risk. You can't push all the risk to the innovators. Let's come in the middle. And I like what the development organizations partners are doing. They're trying to de-risk this. Guys are plugging in, coming in the middle, trying to put money so that as an innovator, the investor does not see me as a high risk from his end. Also, they're also protecting his funding. And at the end of the day, it has to be a collaborative approach for us to build the whole business of agribusiness. Because we can't operate with rules from, I can say, the global north. This is a very different market in Africa. It has to be customized to our own market.
Thank you so much, Elude. Moses, what's your perspective from a development investment perspective?
Yeah.
You mentioned development banks or development investment.
Yes.
So this topic on risks.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. Risk is important, but I think we have to put things into context. For us as people in development space, the biggest risk is really poverty. Poverty, whether it's, and lack of food, lack of jobs for young people, economies that struggle. And therefore, of course, the reason why our entrepreneurs suffer is that you exist within that space. So really, for us, that is the biggest risk. And we are looking for systemic ways to solve for that risk, so that the entrepreneur then lives in an environment where he or she can be supported to succeed. So, and for the entrepreneurs, my challenge to you is to plug yourself into that risk, into that space of solving the problems for Africa. If you plug yourself into that space and you think of your role as solving problems, then you'll find ready friends in development partners, because, and you'll find ready friends in entrepreneurs, in companies that want to supply things into Africa. So you'll find ready partners in banks that also want to disperse resources. And many of these banks are also looking at the ESGs of their lending. So they're beginning to look at themselves and ask, how do we cause maximum impact? So I think that's the space that we have to look at. Sometimes we really underestimate the issue of creating the right ecosystem, but I will tell you the work that we've done, especially around key sectors like coffee, dairy, Uganda, the difference between now and 20 years ago is huge. When you look at the kind of enterprises that have been set up under those environments, you can see a step change. So the next steps change we're really looking at, which then entrepreneurs can plug into, is we're looking at, for example, coffee in Uganda, which affects 2 million, almost 2.5 million farmers, almost a quarter of Uganda's population in total. If you look at it from each household having 5 members, is that we are working with the sector now to triple the size of that sector. To triple the size of that sector is going to take almost $1.5 billion. Now we are working with partners to mobilize resources and bring it into that space. Now, who are the first recipients of those monies? Are entrepreneurs. But those entrepreneurs have to plug themselves to first want to solve that problem for a large number of farmers. So I think, and in that space, banks will find their way, because remember, banks are also entrepreneurs. So all these guys you're talking about, they're entrepreneurs. They're just shy. They don't want to give money because money is shy. But if we plug ourselves into the challenges and opportunities of our country, then you'll find it's easier for us to solve the problem as part of the ecosystem, rather than when we look at just ourselves as, I'm trying to get money, if you don't couch your story into the bigger story of your country, then you'll find the space very difficult to operate in. So for us, creating that ecosystem and then mobilizing resources to pump into that ecosystem, doing end-to-end so that people don't get cash when they don't need cash. Because sometimes people just need inputs. If you give them cash, cash is fungible. So again, how do we do that so that you benefit from being part of the ecosystem? So for us, that's what's critical. And easy agri, and we can see a lot of solutions that really should plug their way into the economy of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moses. I have a lot of comments, but because we are running out of time, Zila, you want to just make a few comments on that, on the RICS conversation?
Thank you, Femi. I agree with all my colleagues. What they have said, especially in agriculture sector, and just like Moses said, it's an ecosystem play. The farmer who is going to do the actual tilling of the ground, the entrepreneur who is delivering the inputs, the technology to them, the investor who is putting in money to make sure that the entire chain works. Everybody is taking on a risk at a different currency. Everybody is taking on the risk. But specifically coming to the entrepreneurs, and why I really, really emphasize that taking a bet on entrepreneur, especially the idea is right, less proven traction, I think is something that the ecosystem needs to be more willing to do. We admire San Francisco, we admire a lot of more developed ecosystems, yeah? But it's because the startup ecosystem, but it's because there's a group of people who are willing to lose the money to make an advance. Just like most investors, especially VCs, they know that they're going to invest in 10 companies, probably 2 will give a return. So instead of shying away, most of us, we start out experimenting. You think developing the app is a solution, but later you realize that it's part the app, part the logistics, part the infrastructure, the roads, yeah? You think you want to fly your drone, then there is the regulatory barrier. You want to take inputs, then the roads can't be reachable. So it's an ecosystem play. But to oil the ecosystem, there has to be the investment. And I think the investors, like Jan and Moses, need to be more willing to take a bigger risk initially, so that, no, that's the reality. That's the reality, yeah? That's the reality that we need to talk about. Then we have a few of the innovators who are crazy enough to change the status quo, then work in an ecosystem that is favorable. Many of you, given a chance, you'll buy a one-way ticket to go to developed nations. For example, I'll say Silicon Valley, because in Silicon Valley, you're going to sit in a bar, and
Sila.
the possibility of you meeting an investor who is willing to invest is higher than in Uganda, in Africa, where you knock 1,000 doors, share all the business plans before someone sends you a regret email.
Thank you so much, Zila. Thank you so much for that. Talking from the ecosystem approach, I also would like to mention that the investment is not only going to innovators enterprise. From the development perspective, you're hammering on ecosystem approach. There are still some other aspects of the ecosystem we need to invest in, particularly infrastructure in Africa. That is what makes things to work, right? I think you're talking around the coffee ecosystem. But I would like to ask this. Let's just fast forward to 2030. We have the first Africa AgTech unicorn. What do we have to do between now and then to achieve this vision, to bring it to reality? What do we have to do? And what does success mean to smallholder farmers? Elude, keep it short, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, in the next few years, we'll be having the next unicorn in AgTech space. And yeah, it is coming. It is coming.
The mission is possible.
Yeah, it is working. It's possible. But there's some underlying factors that need to change. One, we need to stop working with the old rules. The financing sector has really evolved. Right now, there's a lot of technology. AI is there. We are using blockchain just to bring in transparency and also bulletproof our models. But the basis that we also need also is one, the policies have to be there.
Okay.
Like you are doing the drones. The issue of policy is also affecting your business. You can't scale because the infrastructure around it, the policy environment around it is not right. Secondly is the roads. Number 3, power. Okay, Nigerians forgive me, but I was in Lagos a couple of years ago, and the power blackout is really wanting. How do we develop when every now you sit a bit, there's power blackout? So there has to be a plug-in. We hear, right, there's a solution right here in Africa, like the Congo River can power the whole of Africa. Why are the multilateral organizations not funding that so that it can stimulate? That is the catalytic, part of the catalytic infrastructure that is needed for startups to move to now to the unicorn.
Thank you so much, Elude. Yen?
To question the question is why wait till 2030?
No. What do we have to do to achieve the unicorn, the AgTech unicorn vision?
Okay, so I would question the question, say, why wait till 2030?
Okay.
Why unicorn? Why not decacorn? Okay. Why not hectacorn? Right? And like, what if today there is a unicorn in AgTech today? How would that change your life? How would that change anybody's life? Would you just sit there and talk about it? Would you try to join it? Okay. In fact, there is a unicorn in Africa in agriculture today, and that is the entire continent, the entire agriculture industry is not only a unicorn or a decacorn, it's a hectacorn. In fact, it's a multi-hectacorn. And so, but the thing is, the difference is it's distributed. It's in bits and pieces. So anybody can be a part of this, and we've seen that in this room today, there are these amazing innovators who are already a part of that massive unicorn. So because it's here already, what will you do? Will you just talk about it, or will you join it? So that's my question to everybody.
Thank you. Zila.
It's not one. Thank you, Femi. For us to be able to have a unicorn, one, we don't have to just import everything that we have seen work elsewhere and put it and implement it in this country or in this continent, and we think it will work. Secondly, to the entrepreneurs, especially the innovators, sometimes you admire solutions and then you come and implement it in your area and it doesn't work. For the investors, because you're used to, for example, reporting KPIs per month, that is an example of what may not work, that we need to change and localize everything.
Okay.
In agriculture, everything is in terms of seasons, for example. There are high seasons, low seasons, fly seasons. So if you're driving an innovation or driving an intervention in terms of month may not work, but in terms of seasons or what exactly works for the ecosystem, that's what we need to aim at, not to just import everything and we think it will work. We solve the real local challenges, yes.
We have to adapt these innovations to our ecosystem.
Exactly.
Local context. Moses, please, your last word, and what do we have to do?
Absolutely. So I think, why unicorns in the first place? The African seas are dominated by ships from other places. Why? Because in Africa we have many, many, many canoes. It doesn't matter how many canoes you put together, they can't go beyond the reef. So if you want to go beyond the reef, you have to build a ship that has to be bigger. So for Africa really to participate in global trade, we have to build enterprises, what we call seagoing enterprises. And that's what the unicorns are. And what the unicorns then do is that they support SMEs, because the unicorns, most of them are conglomerates. So they actually participate in many sectors at the same time. So then they become like the anchor, the main tree that climbing crops can then, find space and grow. So without those, countries can't move. Countries typically are meant to be built, especially smaller ones, by 5 or so companies that need support from government. So we need to identify those national champions and really support them. The other part is regionalization. Okay. They have to be regional companies. Okay. Uganda is not enough. So the other part is really support of government. Once they identify those champions, they need to be supported. So as ABI, we are really looking at working with those national champions so that they create the ecosystem. They're actually the ones who create, they can solve for infrastructure, power, and other things because they have the resources, plus they have the capability of mobilizing resources in bulk from other places. So we need those national champions. Without them, the country will never grow. If you look at the formula that countries like South Korea and others have used, is they've created their unicorns and built them. So we need to support them.
Thank you so much, Moses. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your honest and energizing conversation. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can close up.
Thank you very much, team. One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was incredibly insightful. What a discussion. Catalyzing scalable innovation in African agriculture. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. All right, just before we move, press and media, please go downstairs to the Mira Hall and set up for the press chat. You will be joined by the Heifer leadership team. Thank you.
If today has shown us anything, it's that young people have a lot to say, and it's worth listening to. So we're bringing back the mic and bringing Ronnie McVex back with it. So get ready for 1 minute mic, round 2, and Ronnie, over to you.
Thank you very much. And guess what? I just found my perfect place in the spot somewhere in the audience. We're having a wonderful time. I can tell you that even when the other conversations are ongoing, it is even better that we let the rest of the world know what is going down here in Kampala, but on a larger scale for the entire continent of Africa. I've seen also so many of us taking very good use of our gadgets, taking selfies, recording videos. Don't hesitate to share those on your social media. And for whatever point post you make, please include the hashtag AYuTe NextGen 2025. By doing that, the whole of Africa and the whole world will know our agenda as being such a great movement that is getting started up to do the great of things in the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to let you know that I've met so many friends as I speak. I know we've been talking about scaling businesses to grow and get bigger, but also we also need to be very mindful as we talk about value addition. And in this, I will say it can only be our attitude, because our attitude will determine our altitude. I met a friend, if I should let you know, by the way, right now, I actually didn't know that in Uganda we have someone who is making chocolate. We all love chocolate, right? Okay, most of us love chocolate. We love chocolate. Someone is making chocolate. So I already have a piece to myself. This one is made from Uganda. And they just told me it does not have to be Uganda alone. Wherever you come from, all right, whatever is being produced from there, how about we charge ourselves to love what comes from our homes? Makes sense, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Thank you very much. And now we'll get into a conversation even better, but allow me to say I want to give this to somebody. And I love to do it freely. I think her hand was up first. Not that unlike Paul's attract, but her hand was up first, honestly speaking, guys. Hers was up first. This is yours. Enjoy yourself. And please, for whatever bite you take on the bar, remember, this has come from somewhere. Think about the person who did the growing, and now you're the final consumer. The beauty of the story today is you're having it for free. All right? Okay, friends, we've been talking about so much today, and I want to bring the conversation to us and ask us from what has been said. The questions were asked earlier on, we were so much charged. Looked like everybody had something to ask. But now we ask you, if you were put in that place, for example, to be the global ambassador, to champion the next generation that is rising in Agritech, what would you do? Think about it. And before we go any further, as we charge our minds, I also want to let you know, you never know, from your submission, it could earn you something. So everybody, there's something under our chairs. I'm going to ask you check. But all of us, let's first stand up. Let's first stand up. Some people are stealing exams. Let's first stand up. Thank you very much. Okay, now, I am here to tell you next. So I'm going to count 5. At the count of 5, check under your chair, exactly under your seat. Wait, I'm about to count, guys. I'm about to count. So under your chair, a piece of paper. What is written there is what you're going to go for. Are we ready? Are we ready? So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check under your seats. Just touch under your chair. Touch. Stretch as much as you can. Touch under your chair. What you find, if you... Just a few of us, it might not be all of us. Under the chair, if you find a paper, pick it and bring it to me. It has to be stuck right under your chair, okay? Anybody found it? Check under your chair. It's okay. Just don't take the clothing away of the chair, right? But just check under the chair. It might not be all of us. If you don't find anything, you can sit. Those who find something, they'll bring it to me. Okay, anybody? That was just for us to stretch a little bit, huh? That was just for us to stretch a little bit. It's been a very long day and having great conversations. Okay, you found something? Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Okay, a gentleman found something. Give him a big round of applause, friends. Let's go. Okay, this is what you found under the chair. All right, oh, you got me on this one. You got me on this one. He just said, thank you for being a good MC. You got me on this one, my guy. Okay, so let's get back to our conversations, friends. I know that we are all... And listen to this. The direction that we are taking is such that I've seen people here who are winners from last year. I am seeing people here today. We'll be also getting another winner and probably the other years. But let me tell you, even if you do not win, it's not the end of the journey. It only means you are as good and you can get as better as you imagine. But the bigger question is, if you were in that position of being that global ambassador or being that policymaker or being that man or woman who has what it takes to pick that young boy, that young man, to encourage that innovator, what would you do? We get back to your timing. It's 60 seconds. Your submission might be a life-changing one, by the way, for you. Do I have the mic? Let's get this started. Okay, so I have... last time people said I was being a little more political and democratic from this side. This time, I'm going to begin from here. Do I have people? Right behind there. I have a man over there. 60 seconds, please. Introduce, give us your name and tell us what you would do. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asasir Arthur. I am a software engineering student from Makerere University, here through the Unipod. And hitting the nail in the head is, if I was in a position to employ and engage the young people speaking through myself, I am a software engineering student and I code. And from the poem, you reap what you code. I can tell you that if you put 30 developers in a room, let them be students or just random people at the road if they can code, and you put them to the task of coming up with something that can change the world. Look at what AYuTe is doing, and look at how much traction it has taken. Do this at every university, and trust me, through hackathons and challenges, we shall have the solutions, and they shall be from the youth, and these guys are capable.
Thank you very much. He's already thinking about before they leave university. Let's ask them, let's get them interested in getting things done. Lovely. All right. So I have another hand over here before I come to my VVIPs.
Thank you.
60 seconds. Let's
Hello,
go.
Everyone. My name is Moses Obi. I bank chocolate from Curad.
That's the chocolate guy, by the way. That's
Curad
the
in
chocolate guy.
Namam.
Guys, look at him.
Production facility.
For the lunch break, look at him.
So my question is, my returning clients are 30 years and above. What should I do to get the younger people who are asking to be recognized to believe in Ugandan products and consume Ugandan products? When you tell them about anti-dowsed chocolate, they'll tell you Cadbury is the only chocolate they know. How do we move them to consume local?
A conversation we'll need to have, and I started that with a reason, all right? But now, I think before we get into the questions, our conversation right now is so much about what will you do? The problems have been talked about. Let's
Veggie Plus through supplying high-end restaurants and hotels, and also high-end individuals. That's what we do, provide market for local suppliers and farmers. Thank you.
Because these guys who want the money, there has to be a market, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll begin with her. And then, yeah. All right, he already has the mic. It's all right. Let me begin from the back. Feel free.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ashabaron Odagaba.
Come on, my guys. Speak up like you mean it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. That's much better.
I'm Ashabaron Odagaba from Makerere University, pursuing a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering. So what I would do, basically from my village where we come from, we have farmers where we bring ideas regarding technology. They're all like, they're going to be Muzungu, those things like that. They don't want to make that shift. Some of them, most of them who actually provide for us don't want to make the shift from analog to digital. So we'd find a way of sensitizing them, telling them that actually, you sitting at the comfort of your home and having a seed planter do the work for you is something that's okay, and it won't go wrong. So get a way of teaching them to accept the change in the world right now.
What village is that you come from?
Rukonjeri.
All right. I had a feeling. Okay, yes, someone has a microphone already over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Margaret Nagovma, and I'm the assistant manager of the Makerere University Innovation Pod. I'm also a lecturer in computing. Most of these are my students. We at the university the Makere University Innovation Pod, we are open to 3 sets of clients. That is, stakeholders. We are waiting for you as parents, we are waiting for you as students and the communities to translate ideas into reality. Thank you.
Ideas into reality. Thank you very, very much. I think I should be closing down on this. Can I find the last person? Okay, there's someone who has a microphone, and he'll be the last guy. Unfortunately, don't worry, we'll have another session. But yes, 60 seconds. Let's have this done.
Hello, how are you? I am Zora Harrison, a student at Makere University. The original question was, as investors, what would they do to help us?
In whatever position, you could be an investor, you could be a policymaker, be a government official, or you could actually be that large-scale farmer.
So the main problem I have seen with us is that we receive funding, but it is sugar-coated. This funding is sugar-coated. It is a sweet poison. We have funding that comes into these people, but we do not have programs that follow them up. So the startups that come up, those that come up actually remain in Uganda. They are not trained for overseas competitions where they actually die. So for us to get a unicorn, we must have these programs that after we receive funding, not only do we get these inbuilt guidance for solving markets inside Uganda, but we can also go abroad there and compete on a global scale.
Thank you very much. And I think in the conversation we had here, somebody said we have so many canoes. We need to start thinking about doing the big cruise ships, you know, just not only in Uganda, not only in Nigeria, not just in Kenya, not in Ethiopia, Somalia, not just, you know, in the countries here. We can begin from home, but scale it up big and have a competition go high. It is possible, and I am very sure that we can make it. Our time should. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also say, if you have any idea, and probably we've not had a chance for you to share with us right here, never sleep on it. Like I started by saying, I'll remind you one more time, your attitude will determine your altitude. All right, so we carry on with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ronnie McVex. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for lunch. The Heifer leadership team should please go downstairs to the Mirror Hall for a press chat before joining in for lunch. For the rest of us, the ushers will direct us to the dining area. As you recharge, we invite you to explore, connect, and network. Do not forget to keep the conversation ongoing on social media with the hashtag AYuTe NextGen 2025. Please tag us on X at AYuTe Africa and on LinkedIn, AYuTe Africa. See you after lunch. Thank you. All Heifer team members should please go downstairs to the Mirror Hall alongside the Heifer leadership team. All Heifer team members, please go downstairs to the Mirror Hall alongside the Heifer leadership team. Thank you.
So I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Comma. Original no be parody. You know be clever for your memory. And then I winter of summer.
we don't cast. Last, now everybody go to breakfast.
If you want make a ginger, give me kokoro. Mato de video.
I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Comma. Original no be parody. You know fit clear for your memory. But then I winter or summer. I did what I just have now. Living life, see my fire burning bright. Within days I think. Slowly wait, my thing. You never know I color. Body move fine, check and balance. Everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. of Lagos.
to discuss it. Cause I didn't by default and without any doubt. I'm a me happy adult. I no go feed the dog. I no go feed the guys out. My mind is with thought. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love. I know holy and I know that it goes. Like the Baba fly, yo. My eye, yo. Don't cry, yo. I need to go hashtag. 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 I did what I got and then kill Soboma. I did to buy moto, Toyota Corolla. My feelings been this swing like Django Lover. Feelings been this swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now so much you remake it, that pain all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. Come on, white talking, Felisu. Baby, another time, maybe another life. You will be my wife and we'll get it right. We don't cast, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. Have to say bye-bye, yo. Bye-bye, yo. To the love of my life. My eye, yo. Don't cry, yo. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go
DJ Ivan.
What you think this is? Is it love or lust? Baby, I don't know which is. But I told you I can't fulfill your wishes. I'm a fucking star on every girl's wish list. But you never for once listen. You're not the only one, got several bitches. But before I go take some kisses, I never thought the fact say I love you pieces. She said, baby, this ain't you. You're not the sweet guy I once knew. Tell me what changed. Did I do anything wrong? But you just don't love me anymore. She said, baby, this ain't you. You're not the sweet guy I once knew. Why did you change so bad towards me? You treating me like shit. You saw the red flags, baby, but you ignored the red flags. Yeah, baby, you can't live it. See, I can't change, baby, you better rest or you end this now. You saw the red flags, baby, but you ignored the red flags. Yeah, baby, you can't live it. See, I can't change, baby, you better rest or you end this now. Baby, girl, I know what time I gotta end this now. Let's stop lying. I'm once in and through with the and if you settle down. Time's not on your side. Check the clock. I know you fell in love with my cock and clock. I'm a billion reasons why we can't work with it. But she said, baby, this ain't you. You're not the sweet guy I want you. Tell me what changed. Did I do anything wrong? You just don't love me anymore. She said, baby, this ain't you. You're not the sweet guy I want you. Why did you change so bad towards me? You're treating me like shit. We saw the red flags, baby, but we ignored the red flags. Yeah, baby, you can't live it. See, I can't change, baby, you better rest or you end this now. You saw the red flags, baby, but you ignored the red flags. Yeah, baby, you can't live it. See, I can't change, baby, you better rest or you end this now. You saw the red flags, baby, but you ignored the red flags. Yeah, baby, you can't live it. See, I can't change, baby, you better rest or you end this now. You saw the red flags, baby, but you ignored the red flags.
I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me?
DJ Ivan.
Did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red, and I don't smoke banga. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? Nobody will know the paranoia. Cause I put a smile on my face. A facade you can never face. And if you don't know me well, you won't see how buried I am inside my grave. Inside my grave. Cause you see people don't really know you. They don't really know you. Cause you see people, they don't really know you. They don't really know. I've been
pregunta qué pasó, que son tus ganas de pelear, ya que me empiezo a enamorar y tú ya quieres terminar.
Et comment ça, demande tes pères, tu croyais quoi, on s'arrête plus jamais. Je pourrais t'afficher, mais c'est pas mon délire. Après les rumeurs, tu m'as vu dans ton lit.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Tú solita te matas, pensando que tengo ganas de más y que me la paso de fiesta.
Oh, Tata, y'a pas moyen, Tata. C'est pas ta gata, Tata. Genre, oh, Tata, la baby, tu t'aimes ça.
Bájale, bebé, esto no lleva nada, esto de pelear no me gusta nada. Si quieres, mándame location pa' la mierda. Y si me pierdo por la ruta, tú me la das. Si te quiero y de corazón, soy sincero y no lo ves. Gana el que no se enamora. Y yo aquí peleé otra vez. Sin irte yo ya te olvidé, peleándome por TVT. Deja la película, bebé, esa ya la vi por TNT.
C'est pas comme ça qu'on fait les choses. C'est tant que tu déconnes, c'est pas comme ça qu'on fait. Oh, Tata, y'a pas moyen, Tata. C'est pas ta gata, Tata. Genre, oh, Tata, la baby, tu t'aimes ça.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Tú solita te matas, pensando que tengo ganas de más y que me la paso de fiesta.
I go away, if not 10 years, it could take. And only you feel that in my fire. Girl, won't you be mine? Where you there? She a fit see you today. In your body, feel cut in my wire. All over you to find. It's a banana like monkey, body sweeter than turkey. Slowly rolling down like your skin. No, they take on far from me. Surely go down, down for me. But it goes so far, now money. Girl, no bother, so lonely. You're too short, enter for me. All over, all over, all over, all over, all over again. Where you are, no be like so divine, so you fit the color of my brain. All over, all over, all over, all over, all over again. She go there beside me, yeah. DJ Ivan. We never see this kind of love, yeah, yeah, yeah. You make me want to fire, yeah. Say you go cause it casala. My girl, you know be a shana. Me, I really want for you, see. I give you look back, I'm Gucci. The way you boogie down is stupid. I'm a stupid, yeah. It's a banana like monkey, body sweeter than turkey. Slowly roll it down like those feet. No, they take on far from me. Surely go down, down for me. But it goes so far, now money. Girl, no bother, so lonely. You're too so better for me. All over, all over, all over, all over, all over again. Why you worry, no be like so divine, so you feel the color of my face. All over, all over, all over,
DJ Ivan.
Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could live forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh, me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say it's when you carry 50 kilos somebody. You know I feel a vibe, so baby, why not call me? Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. Say that me you go come forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh no, so when I want to come out, take a signal. Why you want to request in your me like I need that? I'm gonna put the ring on your finger too. I'll be able to on the low, on the
vibe no pure on my way out. Anytime we say about, we men them outside, we know they house. No they look for us, we know they house. No they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Oh, see, I'm ahead of them, I she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. You go collect oh. See, I'm on a me, the leader, she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. You go collect oh. Cheers to my friends and click. When I call them, I all pulling up. We strapped up with the guns and the swords and things sprinkled. Anybody will try to test me. I'm your dad, I'm your uncle, I'm your popsy. I be your man, no go be competency. Brother, see you, steady giving them up with the love car. Getting never near me. Laba laba, just go. Oh, you know I don't show. I'm on my polo white, my face show. Sweet boy for life, you don't know. The serious babe, you worry my phone. Got this up for back, you don't know. Every day when you run, I'm on tour. Supposed to know the thing. Man, getting high till I fade out. Keep the vibe no pure on my way up. Pull a ball, anytime we say about. The men them outside, we know they have. No they look for us, we know they have. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Oh, see, I'm ahead of them, I she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. You go collect oh. See, I'm on a me, the leader, she want you. I'm a fucking baller, you got on me. No man fit talk shit to me. You go collect oh. I'm on a different steez. Singlet belt and ripped up jeans. Man two eyes and if you lose that cheese. Oluwa under my body with blessings. When you leave that scene. When I say kuku cook that thing. Who you take a moya through that thing. This voice yeah start I rebuke that thing. Nobody try stress me, I know be JJC. I don't know if you get it. On it up rating, I feel it with the best thing. You won't rest me, we know they do the same thing. Can't no be testy, you say waiting, no go easy me rest. You could talk creeping, I do it diligently. Won't let me hold my back. Man, getting high till I fade out. You the vibe no pure on my way out. You know about anytime we say fast. You let them outside, we know they are. See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Me be your friend indeed. I'm on the money, don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so hard. Cause anything I get now for me and you. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? But you must hustle if you want job. If no finish, then won't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say you're too righteous. No con they form say you're too like us. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want tell me. Putting on my fantasy. They want to check if my dad be no wrong. But it rush for a while, it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, it rush for a while, it be much. But we hype everybody we crush. There's no darling with us. If you need jack butter, I dey go Ghana. You never touch you, they from bad bad. Which kind of money we never see before. Cause hello me, come me feeling I'm the one. Ajay. I never take my cake away. Ajay, you can't count my grace. I just stay my lane. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Putting on my fantasy. They want to check if my dad be no wrong. But it rush for a while, it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, it rush for a while, it be much. Don't be hype, everybody be crush. There's no darling with us. It rush for a while, it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. The kind money we touch. It rush for a while, it be much. Don't be hype,
DJ Ivan.
Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. I do Jamila, we carry bum. But they make my medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. But they make my medulla, they malfunction. Baby wonder, yeah, I see fine like a mommy wonder. Just because you fine like a mother, who think that they say a lot of yeah, my soul. She done it for me, daddy, tell me what they gonna do, daddy, killer, all over the world, no, they can't last, don't go there, they can't relax, so you know your friends, you can't react, it's you that do me, I know like I'm I know they can't last, don't go there, they can't relax, so you know your friends, you can't react, it's you that do me, I know like I'm vanilla, say make a come, she give me vanilla, make a chop, then I party Jamila, we carry bum, but they make a medulla, they malfunction, vanilla, say make a come, she give me vanilla, make a chop, then I party Jamila, we carry bum, but they make a medulla, they malfunction, vanilla, say she give me vanilla, make a chop, then I party if I brought to my business, I'ma show you little guy. All I care for the night. If I brought to my business, I'ma show you little guy. All I care for the night. And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow.
DJ Ivan.
And you see my lifestyle, I got cheese in the dope. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me a stand the defender like Joseph Elude. A girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even one. If you fall in love, clearly certain. You go to breakfast, I'm not cutting. Can you see the pool, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on Western feet, I just want you. I broke to my business. I'ma show you little guy. All I care for the night. I broke to my business. I'ma show you little guy. All I care for the night.
If I any excessive, the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take a serious, I do top speed. No be to rest, so that I'm on the
100%, oh, and them know if you comprehend, and them know if you understand. I'm catching flies, and wait for dance. Nobody better than I, 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 nobody better.
Never say what you so you go with my business of life. Yeah. Enemies turn into enemies, so just to survive. Yeah. But as the rule of my life, that's why I'm steady on my grind. You know where I'm from, I'm never going back. Yeah. So give me one for you. Make sure you feel my body and soul. Pray for the best if the rest to follow. Blood in my eye, go test me, go look, cause the white people know. But I'm the fool of my life, that's why I'm steady on my grind. You know where I'm from, I'm never going back. No, 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 no.
Nobody better than I, 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 nobody better than
DJ Ivan.
You gonna my one side, you make me give number. Me no feel look and pass, she give me eye contact. Oh baby Jack, come on, oh baby Jack, give me this your love. Me I go show you love, as long as you know with me, Joe. Your body must go kill him, and I know mine to be one of them. Columbia, your body name, I want to make my mind a rest. You better make a day with you, cause it's so short than they cost. Baby, turn around, make a come on top. Feel like I take it down now. Feel like a boss like Kana. To me love, I'm Maya. Put all the love for us out.
Showtime.
Yeah. Control shift to your pants, girl. Come taking my banana. Yeah, that is kind of. Your body they stand it, no. Your body they draw like a bono. Your body they hot, you go no. Feel like I take it by now. You like a boss like Kana. To me love, I'm Maya. Put all the love for. My mother, she want them from. If I want time, she come from.
Ivan.
I think too long. She want to test my kakara. My dear, make I tell you. I know they want day to like say. And you're supposed to go holiday, but I want to stay. Thought I was crazy. So baby, don't play me. When I hear the shit,
die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take a last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
When I get to see the beat, I'm all you did, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now you're my car, I did see all day, yeah. Overdose, body overdose. You say you got it overload, and you know you are like commando. Yeah, oh my, you got body your luggage. I define you for ways. Find this, no drugs are fit to contain.
bololo. Can make us a little comodo. Can if you balance Diego, I take paper. I'm not going to meet Diego, my Maradona. Can if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Can you look back, keep it connected.
Hello, everyone. Is lunch over? Why is the room empty? Please, can we have the ushers go to the dining and ask everyone to join us back here? While that's happening, there's something going on the screen. That's Heifer Africa's X page. So can we just bring out our phones, go on X, yeah, Heifer Africa, Heifer_Africa, and comment. This post is up. It's been put up by Chimuya. I promise you, it's Chimuya who put this up. But we need your comments. Very easy. If no one decides to transform the agricultural sector, what would you do? We want your comments because those comments will be discussed during the live audience interaction happening soon. So pull out your phones, go on X, and let's have your comments come right in. Thank you.
Yo, this your body, you put in my heart for lockdown, for lockdown. Yo, you feel like phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl. No, tell me no. Baby, come give me your lo. Tell me like Shawty, come give me your lo. Every other girl they do too much, but
Ivan. Make you know they shall like it. I don't want nobody to keep my matter. For this life I day, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's been too just they bounce with the groove. Look at you do. If you lose God, then go bounce with your boo. I can vouch for my crew. I'm telling you, and do they do lifestyle of a crew. Make you dance to the look, and do the look, and do the look. I say it's not enough. If I do 99 good, go remain one. Don't know how to show you my love without fucking up. But I can buy you a new baby. Straight from AYuTe.
Baby, gonna waka waka when you enter my licha. Baby, gonna do you give me sugar? Wala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you indulge me. Your lips like poison. I take my chance with you. If I did, you're in denial. I'll show you I'm loyal. You want to fight me down like would you hold me down in the give me love, give me love, give me your body. She got my teeth, give me a go-go, yeah. Everybody touching you, wanna try it, touching you, yeah. Everybody crushing you, but I want it to marry you. I know you know say I'll be complete, man, now your matter, you there for my inside, yeah. Running water, baby, give me something, nice, yeah. Your matter, girl, I like your body, that girl, I am so nice, it was me so clean. She call it my love like a sweet 16. Over and over, she can do my thing. She's so in love with me. It's a blessing that I found her queen. And she doesn't care if I'm poor or rich. I give her my love to eternity. Say, oh no, get a promise I will be there for you. Oh no, if you ever leave, I go hunting for you. My queen, guess if I stay in the money, oh. For me, baby, never treat you funny, oh. You know, say I'll be complete, man, yeah. You never mind my needs, yeah. Baby, do me something nice, yeah. Kill all your body, kill all your body, kill all your body. You know, say I'll be complete, yeah. You never mind my needs, yeah. Oh, baby, do me something. I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time to you. I die. Even if the road be rough and no mine, I should be my G for life.
As I never see you online, did they worry me and did they give me consign? Yeah, I've been ringing on your cellular. Where you at? Somebody know if it's settled down. Yeah, I'm okay with that you have to tonight. Let it just stay for mine. Yeah, me and you feel like they're not my guy. Don't try to see my guy. Show his ass how to transfer yourself. Be my guy. My joy is my guy. My guy. To the one is enough. So I call your name when I ask me who's your guy. That guy is my guy. Jeffrey's not my guy, not my guy. MK and June K for life. Nina Super Beach is my
You give me love, it is a lot. I feel your love taking over. On a good day, I be loner. See what you make me discover. Girl, you don't change my persona. The revelation is in order. So the pressure I'm in under.
Why I call you Ngozi? God don't bless me Ngozi. No deserve this kind of it. The loving way you show me. Private lounge in Paris. With expensive room service. No one make me do like this. Girl, I got you, no worries. No worries, wow. Sata my intana. Baby on salo. No killing me kitano. Check all of his wow. No protection in the lala. Every no desire. No killing me kitano. He did do me wow. Sata my intana. Baby on salo. No killing me kitano. Check all of his wow. No protection in the lala. Every no desire. No killing me kitano.
Put what this your girl. Got my heart and my soul on love. And I wanna go crazy with you. Shoot the night till the sun come on. Let's do it all for love. There's nothing for any for love. I never wanna lose this. So you happy long. This must be love.
He did do me wow. Sata my intana. Baby on sala. Killing me kitano. Check all of his wow. Attention in the lala. No desire, killing me kitana. He did do me wow. Sata my intana. Baby on sala. Killing me kitana. Check all of his wow. Attention in the lala. Baby no desire, killing me kitana. Everything you do me, I like. My best friend, the love of my life. I know if it is without. I bet you won't make it back. You love my hold on to. Girl, you know care I did for you. I go on the matter for me and you. It can be the things we believe in too. Why I call you Ngozi? God don't bless me Ngozi. No deserve it, I love it. The loving way you show me. Private lounge in Paris. With expensive room service. No one make me do like this. Girl, I got you, no worries. No worries, he did do me wow. Sata my intana. Baby on fire. Killing me kitana. girls them they look you. All like for me like a two party yo. I keep them no let me gaga. They shot the milli a two party yo. I'm not there for your chit chat yo. Carry your matter they go TikTok yo. My gentle is on go. I know they look back yo.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I know we had a wonderful meal. If you had a wonderful meal, anybody enjoyed the meal we had? Yeah? Anybody did enjoy the meal we had? You can confirm there's plenty of food, huh? We now need to get it more and make it more. Thank you very much. So we're back now. It has come to our notice that just so you know, your next business partner might be in here. True or false? You never know. You know, your next, probably the person who is going to get you the next big deal in your business might be in the room. So I'm going to give us, initially I said 60 seconds. Production team has said I'm being so, I'm limiting time a lot. So I'm going to give us the next 1.5 minutes, okay? Woke up to 5 people in this room. Woke up to 5 people in this room anywhere. Please get to know their name, probably what they do. Connect in the next 1.5 minutes. We are now planning for the future. Yeah, 5 people. Now, I love the people who have already started. Now, that is what you do when you are picking on an opportunity. You don't wait. You got to start it. Let them know what they do, where they come from. Businesses are starting. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Meet somebody. Know them by name, probably where they come from. You could be talking to your next investor right now. All right. 5 people, if you have business cards, you can exchange them. You could start by following them up on social media right about now. Instagram, on X, TikTok, Facebook. And the conversations can go on and on. LinkedIn. Feel free, my people. Be at the back. Come and join the VIPs. Get to know. Oh, by the way, we have 40 seconds to go. Connecting. We have 20 seconds to go. Okay.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what?
And our time is fast spent. Let's get back to our seats, friends. As we wind up, as you're moving to on your way, you get to know the last person. Let's get back to our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, back to our seats. Music down, take it down. All right, everybody back to your seats. Thank you very much. I love the noise. I can tell people are talking. Give yourselves a big round of applause, friends. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Numbers are still flying over here. Okay. Everybody back to our seats. Okay, and just like that, thank you very much. I am going to be picking people. This is going to be the last group still standing. Thank you. Let's get back to the seats, friends. Quickly. Thank you very much. Well done. All right, and on that note, shall I also let you know, do I have a moving camera? I want to do something here. Real quick. Thank you so much. All right, no, so now I've now lost sight of the person I was looking for, but it's all right. Okay, so quickly, here we go, guys. Tell me the last person you met. What's their name?
It's called Agnes.
Agnes. What does Agnes do?
She has a microfinance.
She runs a microfinance. Give this gentleman a big round of applause, friends. Well done. You gave somebody a phone number. The last person you talked to, you gave them your phone number. Who is that person?
His name is Marvin. He's into value addition of coffee. And he's, I think we're going to connect and because I'm passionate about coffee.
There we go, guys. We're already connecting. Big round of applause. We're already connecting. Let me also let you know that we have much humbled that we are also connecting with government because right here with us, we have Honorable Kabyanga Godfrey Baluku, who is the State Minister for ICT and National Guidance. He just joined us. Big round of applause, friends. And that being said, we are also connecting with the rest of the world. We did have this on our X, and I know that some of us have been reacting to the same. This is our question. If no one decides to transform the agriculture sector, what would you do? Comment below, and of course, we'll be having your comments. Quickly, let's get to see what some people have been saying and talking to us. Speke Africa Youth Initiative say, we would take over the job, bring young people, and create an army of agripreneurs to transform the food sector. That makes a lot of sense, right? Wycliffe says, I would engage my other piggery farmers. Where's Wycliffe? Is Wycliffe here? So he says, I would engage my other piggery farmers on how to expand our business in terms of finding better local feeds to improve on our market. Yes, when you're getting into the market, your product has to be up to the standard. Slowly, we would make a circle of pork producers. I expected some people to get super excited here. You know what we're talking about, right? Okay, let's go. Who is next? Silver, that's at Silver One says, provide accessible technology to farmers and promote knowledge sharing. Knowledge is power. It's important that we spread and share it. Mugerwa Richard Jackson says, from the long time ago, history tells us that food is the most required basic need of man. We're just from having food. When we said lunch is ready, nobody stayed in this room. We all moved out. That's very true. And he goes ahead to say, I would push for robust systems that would predict and prepare for food shortages and climate-related disasters. Long should be gone the times when we say our brothers in some countries do not have what to eat. We should be in position to take care of that. Okay, Katende Marvin says, I would continue innovating in line with, or maybe online, with agriculture mechanization to reduce losses. That's important. Every business must be thinking about mitigating the losses, right? He says, and boost crop value addition still through my mechanization and show as much as I can to the rest that it works. Then they would join me. Victoria Sechitoleko says, I will never give up. I will keep doing it and talking about it until I get an army of converts. There we go, guys. And please don't hesitate. We still have our conversations going. Don't hesitate to use their hashtag. And I know that now that we are done with this, all right? Quickly. I understand when we get into the business, we are mitigating the losses. We get into a celebration mood, don't we? Yes, we do, because we'll see our money making sense. Now, I want to make it very easy for us, everybody. Today we are going to be having what we call the Army Converts Wave and Dance. Okay, Mr. DJ, are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Do this for me. We are celebrating ourselves. Okay, so if you know the dance, everybody up. Come on, let's do this. Honorable Minister, these are things that young people are doing. We love it when we enjoy ourselves like this. Do I have somebody who knows the dance?
Can't seem to take my eyes off you, especially up I can move. The way you hold that thing, me wanna hold that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me get a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on the bed. What if I do? What if I do? Listen to me.
My hands, your waist, my heart.
Are we there? If you're from Kenya, say yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I know we have other people from different parts of the continent. Once again, we're getting into yet another wonderful session in the afternoon. I know we're all geared towards this one. If you've had a wonderful time, come on, everybody. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. And now, to the voice of God, over to you. Let's carry on with our next session.
All right. Thank you very much, Ronnie. We really did enjoy that. If you enjoyed that, give Ronnie a round of applause, please. Okay. All right. So, just as we get into it, we want to say thank you to everybody engage with us on social media. I want to say thank you to everybody that, spoke to us, shared your thoughts, shared your pictures. We are very appreciative. And now, as we get into the event of this afternoon, we're going to welcome our country director, William Matovu, to introduce to us a very special guest that we are very honored to have in the room with us today. William, over to you.
Good afternoon, young people. Is that energy from young people? Good afternoon, young people. Excellent, excellent. Honorable Minister, the Minister of State for ICT, Honorable Kabiang, the commissioners present, Commissioner Achaya from Ministry of Agriculture, and also Commissioner Tembo from the Minister of Gender, who is Maimuko. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My task is very simple. One is to introduce you, Honorable Minister, but before Honorable Minister comes here to talk to us, I just want to report the Minister to my senior leaders that Honorable Minister is a good supporter of young people. And I'm sure when he comes here, he will talk to us what the young people want to hear. He has been able to support significantly the development of ICT infrastructure in our country. Honorable Kabiang, we are so excited to have you here. Thank you for being a friend of Heifer, and thank you for loving young people. And at this juncture, Honorable, I will invite you to come and talk to the delegates.
Good afternoon, young people. Are you okay? Are you feeling Uganda very well? That's great. the Chief Executive and President of Heifer International, and all delegates, I would like to stand on the protocol already established so that I don't mess it up. My name is Kabyanga Godfrey Baruku. I'm State Minister for Information, Communication Technology, and National Guidance. And therefore, we are the people in charge of communicating. We are spokespersons of government, but we are also in charge of communication technology and therefore the digital transformation agenda. And we are also in charge of guiding citizens on how to live a patriotic life and how to live as good citizens. So if you see so many Ugandans smiling to you and welcoming you, then we are doing a very good job. I would first of all like to thank Heifer International for choosing Uganda as the venue for this very important and critical continental convention. And I would like to tell you that you are not mistaken, because Uganda is the real country to choose in Africa. I acknowledge the presence of young innovators, impact investors, and development partners from across the continent for coming to this pearl of Africa. This country here is the pearl of Africa. And therefore, if you die without visiting it, then you have never visited Africa. And the topic for the theme for this conference is something which is very, very interesting. And when I looked at it, it was as if it was poetry. I couldn't understand it in the beginning, but my brother here tried to tell me what it was all about. And I got so excited and so interesting. No permission needed. Disrupting, building, and scaling Africa's food future in the growing tech world. It was a very poetic theme that if you don't understand, you may think it is very negative, that is going to disrupt agriculture. But later I found it was the in thing. And I also discovered that that's how young people do their things. So I had to catch up immediately. Uganda is one of the countries with the youngest population. Around 70% of the population is young. We, the old, are only 30%. And therefore, you couldn't have chosen any other country other than a country where 70% of the population is very young. And Ugandan youth have leveraged technology to disrupt unproductive agriculture practices while creating jobs. And the biggest sector that employs people here, most of the Ugandans are engaged in agriculture. But unfortunately, some of the youths were moving away from agriculture. But now, with leveraging on technology, they are coming back in a different way. Our parents toiled to improve productivity and to produce. But the young people now are coming up with different technologies that is going to improve agriculture. They may not digging per se, just as our parents toiled, but they are using now brains to make agriculture more profitable. And I would like to thank you, and I think you need a big hand clap. Young We have young entrepreneurs at Agro Supply, and they have really optimized purchase of agricultural inputs for more than 28,000 small-scale holders in Uganda, providing them with financial flexibility without the burden of credit. Last year, I think it was last year, I was on a function here again. I think it was a project sponsored by MasterCard, something like that. And I saw the systems, the apps that had been developed, and mainly focusing on credit and supply chain management. I was so encouraged, and I was so impressed. And then we have startups like EMAT, who are using AI to deliver digital financial services to thousands of smallholder farmers. And here I would like to say, whenever people talk about AI, it is now the in thing. People are scared of AI. For us who are in the technology sector, we are trying to tell people AI has been there for decades, but people think it is now new, and they are all scared. But let me tell you, AI is just like an axe. It can be used to chop meat and you eat it. It can also be used to murder someone and he dies. But here now, it's being used for the right thing. And I would like to encourage the young people, please leverage on AI. It is the in thing, but use it for the right thing. Otherwise, even now, someone can use AI to imitate my voice and finish me completely. You know, I'm in the political season, so I don't want those guys who are using AI to imitate my voice to finish me. You can use it the way you are using it now to deliver digital financial services to thousands of smallholder farmers. You will have utilized AI very well. Innovators at Everland Agritech are pioneering digital platforms that enable smallholder farmers to access climate-resilient crop seeds and connect farmers to marketplaces. And indeed, that's one of the biggest problems we have in Africa. Seed is very, very important. Sometimes we are growing the wrong seed in the right place. And that one is causing us a lot of headache, a lot of low productivity. But we are also having bamba harvests, and we don't get market. Africa is a very funny place, even Uganda here. One area has a bamba harvest, and they are throwing food, and another area, people are sleeping hungry. That's how Africa is. So you start wondering why the bamba harvest can't reach those ones who need the food. So those are the problems now that I want the young people to really pick interest in. Bamba harvest is here, scarcity is somewhere. So I think if we can leverage on technology, and I love what the young people are doing at Everland Agritech, because that is what will solve the African problem. These innovations align with Uganda's National Development Plan 3, which is ending on 30th of June, because we are going for National Development Plan 4, which prioritizes agro-industrialization and digital transformation as twin engines for inclusive growth. Our president emphasizes 4 sectors: mechanized agriculture or commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services like tourism and ICT. He thinks if we can integrate these and they talk to one another, Africa will come out of what? Poverty. And take it seriously, Africa will come out of poverty. Because we have everything. We have everything on this continent. Recently, I was in South Korea. And the whole of South Korea is a rock. Somehow, 70% is a what? A rock. But people have planted trees on a rock. And they are doing well in afforestation. You wonder where they are getting the food from. Because there's no arable land. But they eat the best food. They eat the best food. But even the little land they have, they produce to the maximum. Productivity is high. They import some of the food. So, but even the little land they have, they produce maximally. But Africa here, arable land is in plenty. But we are not producing even enough food to feed ourselves. And yet, we can feed the whole world. So we need really to go mechanize, and we also need to digitalize every process. If we can't do that, then we are going to feed the whole world and will be very rich. Because food is a basic need. Just as I read one of the comments here. Food is the most important thing, most important basic need. If you want people to fight you, deny them food. They will fight immediately. There are some countries where just an increase of price in probably a kilo of maize grain, they will go on the streets to strike just because of food. So I think what we are doing here is the best innovation that can help Africa out of its own problem. Our Ministry of ICT is creating an enabling environment for Agritech to thrive. One, we are putting in place infrastructure. Even today, before I came here, I was chairing top management meeting, discussing getting an update on how far we have gone with construction, expanding our national backbone infrastructure, the national backbone of internet. And we already have money. This country has around 146 districts, but we were in only 43 districts. So for Ugandans who are here, in the next 1 year, we shall reach all the 146 districts because we have money. And already, because of our intervention as government, obviously our ICT sector is private sector led, but we do those interventions so that we somehow regulate the business. And because of that intervention, the cost of internet this year has reduced from $75 per megabyte per second to $35 per megabyte per second. And we want in the next 2 years to have reduced the cost of internet to $5 per megabyte per second. Because these young people cannot succeed in innovations without internet, both connectivity and affordability. So we are trying to work on that. And obviously, our digital transformation roadmap includes incentives for startups, including those in Agritech. It supports innovations and entrepreneurship by creating an enabling environment for startups and scaling locally developed ICT solutions. We are encouraging our people to go in for homegrown ICT innovations so that we can also protect the consumers of those ICT solutions. I'm not saying foreigners shouldn't come with their systems, but they always come with so many conditions. They normally put so many locks and whatever, so that even if you have a simple problem, you have to call someone from India to come here and solve it. And the air ticket alone is equivalent to developing another system. So what we are encouraging now young people to do here is to have homegrown solutions. And they are doing very, very well. And I would like to thank the young people for that. Through initiatives like the National ICT Innovation Hub, we are linking young innovators with mentors, funding, and global markets. We have set up ICT hubs in Kampala here, and today we have agreed to set up more 26 ICT hubs this coming year, so that all the regions have those hubs where young people can go and work from a conducive environment, a very cheap environment, to come up with the different innovations and systems. Here, young people have come up with so many apps, so many developments. There are some young people in that innovation hub who now have an app which can operate like Zoom. Now we are competing. If Zoom brings problems, for us here, we don't hesitate. We shall say, please, you can go, we have another system here, so that we are not taken for a ride, and we are not conditioned. And all these are young people. Some of them are still at school, but the way they think is as if they are lecturers, those young people, who are even still students at university. And but let me be clear also that technology alone is not enough. We must also address the mindset shift. We must move beyond seeing agriculture as a fallback career to seeing it as Africa's next frontier for opportunity, with youth as the pioneers. It's not a fallback position. It can get us out of poverty. But most people think agriculture is just, you do it when you have failed elsewhere. Not at all. There are so many people who are doing it and have prospered. And therefore, young people, please, let us not look at it as a fallback position. But I'm happy that you have really come up with innovations, and I'm very sure that agriculture will even improve and will be the in thing. And most of the people will be attracted because of modern technology. This is now a call for action. And the message here to all stakeholders is to government, where I belong, we need to integrate youth agritech solutions into national agricultural programs. Uganda therefore invites partnerships to scale proven innovations across the borders, and to invest that to de-risk funding for young innovators. You investors, please don't make funding very, very complicated. Mainly the big brothers who are here. These people, these young people, make funding for them a bit friendly. Otherwise, if you make it very complicated, they are very dangerous. Because when they are redundant, they are very, very what? Dangerous. So make funding very friendly so that they can really go in for all this. And for the private sector, open your platforms, supply chains, and expertise to these innovators. Collaboration is the currency of progress. Collaboration is the currency of progress. Open up to these young people, you the private sector, you the big brothers who have the money. That money is useless if it is kept in your pockets. Give it to these young people. Open up. These ones who are seated in front are the ones who have the money. You are the ones, you know, the ones who have the money sit in front. And here, in Nigeria, every person who has money is called Oga. In Uganda, they call you Muzei. Even when you are very young, when you get money, someone will call you what? Muzei. Muzei means an old man. So, so when you get money, even if you are 30, everybody will come and say, how are you, Muzei? Because they think money is supposed to be possessed by old people. And I'm saying, all of you Ogas who are here, please open up. Let these young people come to you and teach them how to do business. If you are a rich man and you have poor neighbors, they will always steal from you. But if you're a rich man and you empower all your neighbors, you will not lose anything. Because everybody has. But if you don't, if you have alone, your house will always be broken into. So please open up to these young people so that, and they are not competing with you. They are just complementing your services. You cannot be a rich man alone, not at all. You will not survive because you will even have no market for your products. So the private sector, please open up to these young people. And to the young innovators, keep pushing boundaries. You don't need permission. Keep pushing what? Boundaries. You don't need what? Permission. For us here, we are in the East African community. Go to all the East African countries and look for opportunities. Go to all sectors and look for opportunities. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. And if you can keep pushing, then you are going to succeed. And you should never say, let go. Not at all. You should keep pushing. You don't need permission. The continent is yours. Keep disrupting, building, and scaling Africa's food future in this growing tech world. The future belongs to those who dare to build it. The time is now. The future belongs to those who dare to do what? To build it. And if you don't dare, you will never succeed. Me, I'm a village boy from a village background, but I'm a minister. I dared, and I'm now at the top. From the village, typical village boy. I can't even tell you the name of my father. Even if you go to AI, you will not see what he does. I can't even tell you the name of my late mother. Even if you go to AI. But I'm a daring village boy. And here I am in Equatorial Hall. So you can make it. Victoria Hall. You can make it, you young people. Dare. Dare these rich men. You should also know that your networks are your net worth. So you didn't just come here to joke or to get awards. You came here to network. You came here to dare these rich guys here, these old guys, that you are also there. They have the money, you have the what? The brain. Okay? So dare them. Talk to them. Give them business cards. Give me business proposals. One of them can say, I think this man, this young man, is a very strong man. If he has dared me, he can dare someone else. And he will give you business. And that will be the end. You will never see poverty again. In conclusion, I leave you with this. Africa's food future will not be won by waiting for permission. Not at all. You can't wait for permission for Africa's. You know, God created Africa with everything. In Uganda here, you know, for us, we live in a very beautiful country, and people are always happy. All Ugandans are always smiling. In Uganda here, you can just go to someone's home and sit there, and when food is ready, they tell you to come and eat. And you can do that for a whole week without working. Today you are at Commissioner Mondo's place, another day you commission, and you eat, and you spend the whole week without working and eating free food. Because in Uganda here, it is a taboo for someone not to give you what? Food. Even in this hotel, you may meet, you have been here, but you will meet that there were so many people who were not even invited, but they have eaten food. You are getting me? So that's how beautiful Africa is and how beautiful Uganda is. So that's why I'm saying Africa's food future will not be won by waiting for permission, because we have everything. A Ugandan can't fight for food because food is there. There is fertile soil. There is rain throughout the year. So why should you fight for food? So our food future doesn't need what? Waiting for permission. It will be won by those who act now. By the young farmer using blockchain to track produce. The coder developing climate-smart irrigation apps, and the visionary who sees a continent fed by its own ingenuity. Let us feed ourselves. We can't wait for Americans to feed us when they also can't feed themselves. The Americans import food, but after importing food, they again bring it to where? To Africa to feed us. It is a shame, total shame. Let us feed ourselves as Africans. And these young people are going to make everything simple. Technology is the most important thing. You must find out what type of soils you have and which crops can survive in that what? In that soil. You must find out the right seed to plant and what time you should plant that seed. Irrigation is now on. Now we are going solar. Solar pumps. We are having solar pumps to now drive irrigation. And you know, we have sunshine 12 hours and darkness 12 hours. There are some countries where they have darkness 24 hours. I sympathize with them. But for us here, we have the sun 12 hours. And therefore, why don't we leverage on solar pumps, solar-driven irrigation? You don't need to buy an engine. You don't need electricity. You just need solar energy, which is there in abundance. 12 hours of sunshine, 12 hours of what? Of darkness. And this sunshine is there being, I see Europeans now even building roofs with the solar panels. You see the whole roof with the solar panels. Why? Because sunshine is for 2 hours, so he has to put as many solar panels as possible. May I have only 6 small solar panels, and even if sunshine comes for 6 hours, it is able to take me for another 2 days, even if I don't get the sunshine again. Why don't we utilize all that? And as I've told you, the visionary sees this continent that can feed its own. I thank you once again. I thank once again Heifer for organizing this important gathering, and to all partners and delegates present here in Uganda. And when you are still in Uganda here, please visit so many places. This country is endowed. I come from the West. I come from the highest landscape in Uganda. That's why I'm short. Because God make sure I stay at the top so that I can look at other Ugandans down. So the others are tall, they are competing to reach me. So I come from the Rwenzori Mountains. It is the highest peak. It is snow-capped throughout the year and alongside the equator. Very unique. When you are still here, drive to the west. You can even fly there. And you see how a snow-capped mountain can have snow throughout the year and alongside the what? The equator. This country here is the source of the Nile. The source of the Nile. I've had some people visit Busoga. Please make sure you visit the source of the Nile, which is the longest river in Africa, and I think the second longest in the world. And that is the source here in Uganda. Very beautiful people, very beautiful lakes, and so many national parks. You don't need to go to the zoo to see a lion. You don't need to go to the zoo to see a leopard. You just see it. They are grazing like a cow, like, like a goat. Sometimes we visit these Western countries and then they take you, let's take you to the zoo, and then, they get excited. But the lion is in a cage. But for us, we see it grazing, just like you are grazing cows. You see it. You see a leopard grazing. You see an elephant grazing. Freely, not in a cage. This is the only country where all those things happen. Some of the animals, elephants, leopards, they mingle with people freely. Yes, because they mingle freely with people. Yes. So Uganda is ready to walk the path with you, and let us disrupt, let us build, and let us scale. I thank you very much. I say all this for God and my country.
A big thank you to the Honorable Minister for that compelling address. Distinguished guests, earlier today, we sat in the hot seats. Now we widen the lens to those shaping narratives, shifting perceptions, and activating communities. This is where we push past the headlines and into hard realities. Africa's food story is being shaped not only in boardrooms and in ministries, from visibility to influence, ideas to actions, and it is time to talk about who's in the room, who is being heard, and what still needs to happen.
This is the hot seat. The topic is, who is shaping Africa's food story? Where do we need more action? Ladies and gentlemen, moderating this conversation is Flavia Nalubega. A round of applause for Flavia, Information and Communications Manager, Heifer International. Joining Flavia on stage, Sandra Nabasire, Executive Director, Santex Agri-Initiative, and the slave farmer herself. A round of applause. Great. Up next, may we please welcome Jean-Claude Neo Mugabo. Put your hands together for the CEO of Agritech as he joins on the stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Tawet Getich, Portfolio Associate, 54 Collective VC. A round of applause, please. I promise you will like this one. Honorable Victoria Sectoleko, Chairperson of Uganda Agribusiness Alliance and former Minister of Agriculture. A round of applause. Over to you, Flavia.
Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. A good afternoon to all of us. A good afternoon to all of us.
We have a twist, Flavia.
Yes, please.
Alan Ahimbisimwe is here with us, CEO, Spark Africa Youth Initiative. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Great, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the hot seat, hard talk. Like you will see, we are exploring a powerful question of who is shaping Africa's food story. So we are joined by dynamic innovators, young investors, and agri-influencers, yeah? They are not just seen, but they are shifting narrative, they are challenging perceptions, and they are driving innovations. Thank you, the young people. Can we clap for them? But alongside them, we actually have government and sector leaders who are here to join us to see how we can together work to shape the systems and policies that determine how and by whom change is made. So this conversation is about connection, accountability, and clarity. Let's dive in, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to start with Jean-Claude, all the way from Rwanda. Jean, welcome. So Jean, tell us, what is the real challenge you have faced in reshaping perception or system about this agri-sector business?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Jean-Claude Mugabo from Rwanda. I'm the founder and the CEO of AgRite, an agtech company that leverages the power of social media to improve the livelihood of the farmers. So when I started, one of the challenges was to attract more young people to be involved in agriculture.
Yes,
where most of the young people see agriculture as a professional of poor people, where they think that you can't get money from agriculture sector. On the side of the farmers thought that social media is just for the entertainment. It is not something that can act as a tool to provide trainings, market access, and other opportunities. So we started with the aims of supporting farmers to see social media as tools that can generate money, that can give them a space for the skills as well as the market, but also for the young people to see some of the opportunities around the agriculture value chain. And we focused on the technologies since we believe that young people are tech savvy, they're the driver for innovation, and they can do whatever they want to do to transform agriculture across Africa.
Thank you, Jean. Jean is a farmer and he is a great influencer on social media. Best in Rwanda. Well done, Jean. Can we hear from Alan? Alan is a CEO, by the way, and is also a great farmer who is employing over 50 young people in a very small space. You're doing us proud, Alan. Alan, can you speak to us? How do tech startups, agripreneurs, and grassroots innovators like you contribute to redefining this food story?
Thank you so much, Flavia. My name is Alan. You can call me Speke, Alan Speke. I manage to be the CEO of Spark Africa Youth Initiatives. And that question actually directly hints on my heart. First of all, as an agripreneur, as an agro-influencer who has been here for the last 8 years, I must say one of our biggest contributions is that young people out there are identifying problems, first of all. They are creating solutions every day, and they are innovating to make sure there's an impact on the ground. So one of the biggest contributions we are doing is create solutions for problems that are affecting our farmers. If you look at the food story, like you've asked me, the food story is a long one. It starts right from the garden, from the primary farmer, up to the consumer himself. Yeah. So along the value chain, a lot of young people have taken opportunities to discover which problems are affecting each stage of the value chain, and they have created solutions to those problems. So by all means, we need these young people as innovators to be part of the whole value chain. Thank you so much, Flavia.
And Alan, you actually nailed it. So Sandra, who is a slave farmer, would like to actually contribute to this discourse. Sandra, Alan says that young people bring a lot to the table. But I know that you use a lot of a lot of space, social media space, to bring this to the table. So where do you see social influence, technical innovation, driving real transformation? Do you see the energies of the young people that is out there on social media? Is it driving transformation? You as slave farmer, you as an agriculturalist and a farmer who is always on social media. Tell us.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Sandra, like she said. I'm a teacher by training, retired teacher, but I'm also a practical farmer. People know me on social media, they think I only
People don't retire at your age.
Well, I chose to retire early so that I can take the chalkboard in the garden. So I no longer teach in the classroom, I teach in the garden because I do trainings.
Are we driving transformation,
Oh yes,
Sandra?
we are on this platform. It's evident that we are driving transformation because we are all, yes.
A clap for that.
Yes. This is evidence that we are driving transformation because we are agri-influencers. We don't just talk about farming, we actually do farming. Personally, I do farming because I'm a vegetable farmer. I do tomatoes. Many of you, okay, not many of you, but some of you in this room have visited my farm. I do crop production. I also train farmers on how to do seedlings.
Sure.
Now, social media, trying to change the face of farming, telling people that you can be educated, you can look nice, be beautiful, and still do farming. Agriculture, trying to change the whole story because there is bad PR about agriculture. People think, well, not educated, there is no money and all that. So what I do is what I put on social media. And yes, if I tell you the number of people that have inspired, yes, because that's why you know me from social media. Oh, Sandra, I want to do what you do. I want to come and visit your farm. So whenever we do what we do as young people and put it out there in the social space, people actually get attracted. People try to rather join the sector because of what we portray there. Because we not only show what we do, but also the money, because that's what young people want to hear. We show that we're actually making money in this area. We don't just slay, we don't just talk about it, don't just put up crops for the sake, but we're actually doing it as a business. So yes.
So we are making steps, towards contributing to that transformational journey. Oh, that's encouraging.
Yeah.
Towet, all the way from Kenya, an investor in this sector. Welcome, Towet. Towet, so we've had great conversations from all the young people. Tell us, what resonates with you? What challenges you from everything shared here by the young people about telling this story of agripreneurs?
Yeah, thank you, Flavia. Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Toyed, an ecosystem builder. I think of myself as an investor, value creator, and all across the board. For me, and I've always talked about this in agriculture, there are two types of farmers when I think of a farmer, right? There is the subsistence farmer and there is the cash crop farmer or cash farmer. And my goal, or what I believe will be essential for Africa over the next years, is to move a majority of the farmers into cash farming. And the idea is, for subsistence, you're only farming for yourself, for consumption, and for own household, versus cash farming, where you're actually farming to earn a living, to have an extra set of cash that you can then use at home. And that's where we want to transform the entire ecosystem to. When you think about digital farmers these days and the young people coming up, and as you rightfully mentioned, I'm from Kenya, which is the headquarters of Gen Z, right? And if you think about the conversations happening in the country, it's all coming from digital platforms. I mentioned to you backstage, we had a whole president coming to an online platform to address issues about the country. Now, Africa has the youngest population, and it's been like that since 1972. So clearly, conversations about agriculture and the efforts that we need to put in agriculture need to now transition from old legacy type of media to digital media where the young people are. I always give an example. Right now, smartphone penetration in Kenya, for example, is at 72%. What it tells you is all the young people have mobile phones, whether they buy it in cash or through financing. The point is, young people are now equipped with tools that were not there years ago. And as new farmers, people stepping into the space, the only way we can get to them is through this digital means.
Thank you, Towet. Honorable Minister, 10 years Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Victoria, please speak to us. She's also a daughter of a farmer, yeah? Honorable Minister, please speak to us. What challenges you, what challenges you about this story of young people?
Actually, I hope the Honorable Minister is still here, because the Honorable Minister actually pointed out the challenge, but slightly differently. The Honorable Minister said, let us make farming easy for the youth. And that is exactly where the challenge is. We, the old people, are no longer in any position to make life easy for you, the youth. Mr. Minister, sir, I've been here for 2 days. I listened to them and looked back and said, how much time have I wasted trying to pretend that I know what I'm talking about? These young people know it all. They know where the money is. They know how to go for the money. They know how not to lose the money.
Thank you, Honorable Victoria. You punched it. And just in addition to that, Honorable Victoria, so are we truly creating space for the young people to actually share what they have? Do we give them the space to bring what they know on table?
First of all, I don't think the young people need space, because the space they are in is not where we, the old people, are. That is the first.
So which space are the young people in?
That is the first problem. Because, for example, when a young person comes and tells you, calls you grandmother, you know, we come from Sede, and I'm going to give you this app on your phone. Don't worry what it is. But every morning, it will say, ping, just touch it, and it will tell you, it rained yesterday in Sede. We do not have to irrigate. Cow Victoria is a bit unwell, maybe it is on heat, and so on and so forth. I mean, there is no way I, the old person, I'm going to be telling that to the young person. If anything, that he's the one making my farming easier.
True.
So my request is, you know, in Uganda we love using the word mindset change. We, the older people, had better change our minds and do two things.
Thank you, Honorable. That is such a punchline. We, the old people, need to. I won't repeat. So yes, Jandine, I wanted to know from what the Honorable has shared, so whose voice is still missing in this conversation? And what is the risk if we continue, leaving out this voice?
So when it comes to the voice of the farmers, I think that farmers, when we think about agriculture, we think about agriculture value chain. So from production up to consumption. And I believe that we involve a lot of people. We involve policymakers, we involve the ministers, we involve the farmers themselves, and we involve other people like researchers. So I spent 4 years studying agriculture and then 2 years doing content creation, meeting with the farmers and trying to meet with most of them from Europe, Asia, and Africa. And what I saw is sometimes we need all of those people in the room.
Sure.
So you can see that farmers are out there doing farming. You can see the ministers and the policymakers are setting some of the policies, and the funders are trying to see where to invest. But if they are not together, we are not going to transform agriculture across Africa. So we need to make sure that all of them are in the same room, making decisions and trying to see how we can move from subsistence farming up to commercial farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean. Sandra, tell us, in addition to what Jean has shared, whose voice is missing? And if it is, I know you're going to say the young people's voice is missing. So if it is the case, then how can we leverage on the existing spaces, the digital spaces, to have this voice heard?
I think, Flavia, I've been in the industry for now 6 years.
You're retired?
No, I'm in the farming, retired.
Okay,
The education sector, I left early. We've seen it all, the challenges. But I feel there is a disconnect between what is happening on ground and what the policymakers, I'm glad the Honorable Minister is with us here. What happens in the boardrooms and whatever they be discussing. Most of these policies are not practical. Yeah, they're not practical. And to be honest, most of our ministers and also members of parliament are not practical farmers. A few that are practical farmers are not doing it commercially. Or maybe if they're doing it, it's because they have the resources, the money. But when you sit down with them and tell them, man, okay, our president tells us about the chibalo, the calculation. Few of them can actually give you the real calculation, the real money you make from farming. What does that mean? They leave us out as young people because we are the people who are doing the actual farming. You can't tell me you're putting up a policy that you don't know if it's going to work on ground or not. So what I think they should do, the policymakers, is to involve us. They shouldn't come up with initiatives where we are only beneficiaries as young people. We should be decision makers because it's us who know the challenge we face. If you go on social media, data is expensive. Because me, I sell on social media platforms, yeah? You can't be talking about training farmers when you don't have a model farm, because I have a model farm at my farm with my own resources. So they should be identifying farmers in different villages, parishes, you know, to see that, okay, which serious farmers can we work with? Can we set up, because what other farmers see me doing, they will emulate that. So I feel there is in as much as they're setting up policies, they should also involve us that, Sandra, do you think this is going to work in your area? Because some policies can work in my area, Chiwenda, others might not work. So
Sandra, the Honorable Minister has surely heard. Alan, please tell us, what do you think must change, you know? Maybe at system or personal level, what do you think must change?
Thank you so much, Flavia. First of all, I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister here, right beside me. She has acknowledged that the young people are taking shape and are in charge of this sector. We should have a round of applause for that. Yeah? So the fact that the old age is appreciating our contribution in this wonderful sector, I think it is time that they give us space to take part in the decision making and engage us at the policy making level. Because there's a very big gap. Personally, I've been in this consultancy business for the last 8 years. I have had an impact on over 10,000 farmers. I employ more than 50 young people. But it is absurd that I have not been accessed by any of the government officials. Doing all this work for the community, I have not been attacked by anyone. I have not surfaced anyone to show that they want to work with me. So it is high time that you come to engage people who are doing the real work. Let us sit on the round table with you and be part of the decision makers of this great industry. Thank you so much. But of course, also to pose another challenge. This generation that is phasing out, if you don't change, change will what?
Change you.
That is one statement I can give you. In the generation we are in, things are running at the fastest rate ever.
True.
So if you're not ready to change, change is going to what? So be ready. The young people are coming. Better give them space when it is still time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alan. And I would like to thank Honorable Victoria. We had a Twitter space yesterday, and she was very active, yeah? Very active. I can count a few of you can actually get on Twitter and hold a conversation. So, you know, the old are coming along with the young, and we are seeing this transformation journey, you know, taking root. Honorable, can you kindly speak to us and tell us where you are seeing transformation and influence, you know, of our innovations, especially in the agritech space?
For me, wherever I look, I see transformation. But let me tell you, everybody, you don't see what you don't know. So if you have a member of parliament who still has a touch phone, don't go hoping that they will listen to what you are talking about because they don't know what you are talking about. So what do I see? I see youths who are ready to let people who know much less than what they know lead them. In Uganda, this is election year. You are going to vote, then after that you are going to complain. Vote wisely.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable. Towait, all the way from Kenya. Can you make an addition to the Honorable submission? What needs to change
Flavia,
in this food story?
It's so hard to go after Honorable.
I know. With experience of 10 years in the chair.
Yes. But for me, I like to think of it from a different angle, right? From an investor's perspective, and I've been hearing most entrepreneurs talking about investors need to take more risk. And I think what's really needs to change is to bring the LP, which is the limited partners, the people who give the investors money to invest, to bring their voice into the room. Because these are the people who actually put the pressure to the general partners to then invest at a specific return. Now, bringing their voice to the room, what it does, it gives a deeper understanding in terms of their risk tolerance. These are your endowment funds, these are your pension funds, these are your local rich people or high net worths in the region that then can invest their money into the ecosystem. Good example, you may think about the most wealthiest person in Uganda at the moment. How many businesses he or she has he funded in the local ecosystems? Now, these are the people we need to pull into the conversation so that as we tell them we are investing into agriculture, they need to understand the risk they are getting into, and as such transfer the right risk to the person implementing the investing program, and as such that trickles down to the entrepreneur. That way there's no mismatch in terms of expectations.
Interesting. A cross-generational conversation, yeah? Hard talk, hot seat. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a punchline from each of us. Alan, do you have a last word for our people out here? Who is changing and who is supporting the food story? Where are the young people?
Wow, thank you so much. Whenever I talk about the young people, I am so much energized to actually speak more. First of all, like I said when I was seated there, that there's never been a time like this when young people are so focused and engaged in the agricultural transformation like it is today. Like you can see all these young people here, they all have a keen interest in this sector. They are all creating something in this sector. So we are actually going to have a revolution of agro-transformation by the young people. So better be ready for this revolution. Thank you so much. And I'll be waiting to see you all in that new world where young people are doing a great work in this sector.
Thank you very much, Alan. Towet, can we have your last word, please?
Yeah, colleagues, the money will come. And why I say this is Africa is the land of opportunity. Now, we have the fastest growing population across the world. And with population comes opportunity. And with opportunity, then people are willing to invest. So without doubt, global capital will find its way to Africa. At the moment, VC is 0.6, it was mentioned by Femi, 0.6% of global capital. This over the next years will increase for many reasons, which include our population is growing. As such, our economies need to grow, correlating with our population growth. So number one is, let us work together to build the structures to absorb this capital. So as people are pushing in terms of policy, let us also push in terms of innovation.
Sure.
So that when that day
Sure.
and when global capital comes in, then we're able to actually absorb this type of capital. So money will come.
Wow, I like.
And I can't wait to come here and tell you money has come.
Thank you very much, Towet. Yes, slave farmer. Give us your last word.
When we talk of ensuring food security on the African continent, we can't leave out the youth, like it or not. So we should encourage people to engage in agriculture, but that's not enough because it takes a lot to produce crops and as we're also coming up with these new innovations, we should not forget about the real crop production, because where are we going to test these innovations that we're coming up with? To the young people, we should also encourage them to do it as a business, not just a formality. That way, it will entice them to be in the sector because they need money. When you talk money, we understand money as young people.
Sure.
So farming should be a business, and it's something that we should emphasize. When you talk business, talk agriculture, you will see all African young people engaging in agriculture. Let's not just preach about agriculture, growing crops, and leaving it at that. So let's do the real chibaro, like the president says always.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sandra, all the way from Uganda. And all the way from Rwanda, Jean, tell us, what is your punchline for tonight?
Okay, thank you so much. As someone who has been involving in telling the stories of the farmers, I believe that we need to support farmers so that they can tell their own stories. We need the stories of transformation. We need the stories where the farmers have been able to boost productivity and then profitability. And we need to make sure that we have to start by young people and then we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean. And last but not least, Honorable Victoria, who is shaping Africa's food story and where do we still need action you conclude?
The bottom line of today's discussion is actually food. And who is influencing our food systems? Who is eating the most food? It's the youth. So there should be no regulations, no laws made about food, about agriculture without the youth. Nothing about the youth without the youth.
Wow, thank you very much, Honorable. Yes,
finally,
please.
let us, the older people, the older generations, let us systematically stop being analog and go digital.
True.
Because things are never going to go back. Please either make up your mind to systematically learn how to go digital or you'll be forgotten. And let me tell you this. The other day I had the shock of my life. I wanted to find the meaning of the word bilge, B-I-L-G-E. So I go into my phone and I ask Google, what is bilge? Then the AI answers and says, for you people from Nakawa, this is the answer. And I'm like, how did you know? How does my phone know that I'm a person from Nakawa? So it went on, because bilge means something to do with ships. So from Nakawa, I'm very far from the ocean, and I'm like, things have come to this. So even if you do not decide to go and learn how to use social media, how to use AI and whatever, AI will find you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, the gallant team of entrepreneurs, innovators, policymakers. Thank you very much for a great discussion. We are changing Africa's food system. We are going to work together, old and young alike. The old have the information, the young have the systems. So let's come together, work together to change Africa's food system. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Colleagues, money will come.
Indeed, money will come. They actually did say earlier that, you know, the new generation only want money, so it's consistent. But we do have to acknowledge what an insightful and thought-provoking session that was. We really are witnessing the dawn of a new era of African agricultural transformation. But before we enter the final stretch, where we celebrate our finalists and reveal the 2025 AYuTe NextGen winners, let us take a moment to recharge, enjoy this vibrant performance that celebrates the spirit, the rhythm, and the resilience at the heart of African agriculture. Guess what? It's time for a dance break. So let's welcome Wembley Mo! While we are waiting for the dancers and clearing the stage for such high-octane performance, you know, some of you have missed day one and day two, haven't you? So we're just going to take a peek. What happened, what had happened, and, you know, what might happen in the future this evening. So sit back and enjoy snippets of day one and day two. And don't forget to follow us on our social media as you take snippets, pictures, videos, because guess what? Your face could also be in our summary. So, AYuTe Africa.
It's a true honor to host the 4th edition of AYuTe NextGen. We are very much excited as a country that we are part of this movement that is critical towards transforming our continent.
We take immense pride in welcoming you, innovators, impact investors, and development partners from across the continent to the Pearl of Africa.
And as we gather to reimagine the future of African agriculture together with the continent's most brilliant and innovative minds.
At Silo Africa, we are here to protect Africa's harvest, and we are doing it household by household, family to family. We are injecting capital, private equity into extension services, making it profitable.
You not only need innovation, you need skills in finance, in HR, operations, supply chain, strategy, and the list goes on and on and on. Partner up with somebody who has those skills. Build a team to get those skills.
Over the next few days, I really want to dare the young people and to dare the innovators out there to lean in and learn, and to speak up when they can speak up, and above all, to make the best of this moment and make the best of this event.
Innovation, especially when driven by young people, is instrumental in shifting our agricultural sector from subsistence-based practices to commercial technology-led systems.
The Next Generation Gathering reminds us of a vital truth. Youth are not just the future of agriculture, they are its urgent present.
Those contributions by Heifer's supporters are intended to provide long-term support to Heifer International. We have largely moved out of things that we have deemed to be harmful and largely moved our endowment into investments that we intend to have positive impact on people and planet.
Our financial strategy is built not only to fund programs, but to strengthen systems, scale results, and support lasting change.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Uganda. Welcome to AYuTe NextGen.
Showtime.
freedom. Farming, Sagadat. Freedom. Farming, freedom. Farming, freedom.
But where we they get food from? Farming. If you want chop cocoyam, where you no steal from any farm, cause you they get your own farm. Freedom. Farming, no farming. Freedom, oh freedom. Farming, no farming. Freedom, oh freedom. Where we they get food from? Farming. If you want chop cocoyam, where you no steal from any farm, cause you they own your own farm. Freedom. It be like when you get business, where you they grow, you they get success. You go no say you get fitness. Then no, you for change your steps. Upgrade if you know you go fit. Carry tools, don't wait for the fit. Push hard, you for go, you be late. No lose guard, don't hesitate. Farming, farming, farming. Freedom, freedom, freedom. More farming, more freedom. More farming, more freedom.
Farming is my life. I think if you were raised on a farm, you were born with dirt in your shoes. Farming isn't about the money. It's about doing something you love. So if you enjoy it, stay with it.
No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. That will lead you that will lead you home.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Wow. That was a live fish, actually. Yeah, it was. All right. The atmosphere is going to become a bit more tense shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the moment we all have been waiting for. Let's begin by celebrating each finalist who's come this far. Over the past 2 days, they've shared bold, innovative ideas with the power to shape Africa's agricultural future. These young change makers represent more than just promise. They are building the solutions that will help smallholder farmers succeed across the continent. We now invite to present ladies and gentlemen, Masha Rasmussen to this stage, Chief Finance Officer, Heifer International. Please put your hands together. Masha will be presenting her closing address. Thank you. Once this is done, we will now announce our winners. Thank you.
Okay, well, I was going to give my speech after the winners, but that's okay. I can pivot. So, what an inspiring couple of days. This has been amazing. Congratulations to all of our innovators. Your ideas aren't just impressive. They are necessary, scalable, and investable. I'm Marcia Rasmussen. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Heifer International. You might look at me and wonder, what does she know about farming? What does she know about agriculture? I was raised in a rural farming community in Wisconsin in the United States. My grandparents were all farmers. They raised dairy cattle, pigs, poultry, and farmed cash crops. My grandfather was the cabbage king of Fond du Lac County. I saw firsthand the hard work and sacrifice required to be a successful farmer, and I couldn't wait to get as far away from it as possible. But farming was in my blood, and the soil calls to me, as it does to so many of us who are lucky to be raised in farming communities. That's why the innovations I've seen this week are so inspiring. As we heard earlier, the grind, the hustle, and the heart of the youth gathered here are critical to the future of agriculture. As CFO, I know firsthand how the right kind of capital, patient and purpose-driven, can transform early and growth stage ideas into long-term impact. At Heifer, we invest not in businesses, but in the future of food systems and farmer livelihoods. But we can't do it alone. To our partners and investors here today, let's turn our applause into action. These young women and young men need more than praise. They need mentorship, they need enabling environments, and they need money. To the government representatives here, these future leaders need partnership, enabling policies, and access to land. As we close out the 2025 AYuTe Africa NextGen conference, On behalf of Heifer and the finalists, I want to thank the judges for their time and attention and their diligence to the process. I also want to thank our partners in the government of Uganda for championing youth-led innovation. This is not the end, this is just the beginning. Let's grow bold, fund the future, and tech the land. Now, I'm counting on y'all not to disappoint me. They say, you reap what you sow. We say, great. Keep dreaming, keep innovating. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much, Marsha. I believe it is time that a lot of them have been waiting for. But before we do that, we would like to recognize our innovators in the house. And joining us to present the plaques of recognition are William Matovu, Country Director, Heifer Uganda, and Surita Sandosham, our President and CEO, Heifer International. A big round of applause for them, please.
As we welcome our innovators to the stage, please give them a round of applause. Winich Farms Limited. Grow for Me. Integrated Aerial Precision. AYuTe Africa. Rural Farmers Hub. Agritech Analytics. Wami Agro Limited. Green Agro Solutions PLC. Kilimo Fresh Foods Africa Limited. Kim Planter Seedlings and Nurseries. And Cinefa Green Limited. Your hands together one more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Once again, we welcome William Matovu and Surita Sandosham to present to these amazing innovators the award of recognition. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for them. Another round of applause. They've been through dynamic 2 days, fast-paced, anxious hearts, and a lot of waiting. All right, so we will start by calling Winich Farms Limited. We have Grow For Me. Okay, we have Wami Agro Limited. Green Agro Solutions PLC. Kilimo Fresh Foods Africa Limited. We have Rural Farmers Hub. We have Kim Planter Seedlings and Nurseries. We have Sinefa Green Limited. Agritech Analytics Limited. And finally, we have Integrated Aerial Precision. A round of applause, please, as they return to their seats. We are gonna, one more time, we're gonna say AYuTe Africa, last but not least. Okay, a round of applause, please. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you, William. A round of applause as they return to their seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we know that transparency matters. And to verify the scoring process and affirm the integrity of today's results, please welcome our independent auditor, Joan Adak, from RSM Eastern Africa Consulting Limited. A round of applause, please.
Our distinguished guests, partners and stakeholders, good evening. My name is Joan Nestor Adoch, and I'm here to represent RSM Eastern Africa. You'll wonder why RSM Eastern Africa. RSM Eastern Africa is an assurance, tax, and consulting firm. Within Eastern Africa, we trade as Eastern Africa, RSM. Globally, it's RSM. Why are we here today? We are here to confirm that we served as the official verifiers of the AYuTe NextGen 2025 Agri-Innovation Competition. After thorough verification, I would confirm with honor that the process has been duly completed and verified in order. As the auditors, we've ensured transparency, accountability, and fairness throughout the process. RSM brings expertise in audit and assurance, upholding the highest standards of integrity. We've diligently followed the procedures, guaranteeing unbiased outcome. It is with this honor that I am pleased to confirm that we as RSM have received the results, which are securely sealed and stored in this folder. At this point, I would like to hand over the folder to Heifer International, confirming that the process was conducted fairly, with transparency and full accountability.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Dayo Aduroja, Youth and Innovation Director, Heifer International, to receive the scores on behalf of the organization. Okay, so may we now invite again to the stage all 11 finalists for group pictures. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we have all our finalists back on stage for group pictures. Please, we would like to have William and Sarita back on stage for these pictures. Please let's welcome one more time Williams and Sarita to the stage as we take group pictures with all 11 finalists. A round of applause, please. Are you sure you don't want to clap again? What a journey it's been. What a story these ones are writing. What a day today has been. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is the moment. Go ahead, clap, go ahead. This year, we would be awarding grants to the first runner-up and the first place winner of the two categories. Remember, the categories are access to finance and markets and climate-smart agriculture. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming once again Adis Sua Fedi, Heifer International Senior Vice President, Africa Programs. Joined by President and CEO, Heifer International, Sarita Sendosham, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga, Minister of State for ICT, Uganda.
As my partner said, the moment we have all been finally waiting for is here. And we will begin with the winners in the access to finance and markets category. And the first runner-up is
Winage Farms, Riches Atai.
Ooh, a big well done to Winage, represented by Riches Atai. Congratulations, Winage.
Wow, all the hard work, all the sleepless nights, all the energy, all the grit, finally paying off. One more time, give it up, ladies and gentlemen. What a day. What a day. What a moment. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now, the AYuTe NextGen 2025 first place winner in the Access to Finance and Markets category is
Grow for me, Nana Opoku.
Congratulations to Nana and the entire team. Remarkable success. Remarkable, remarkable. What an incredible journey this has been for Nana and the team. What a way to cap it off. In front of these hundreds of people, you can finally say, I have done it. Round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Yes! Congratulations, Nana. We couldn't be happier for you. To both winners of Access to Finance and Markets, Grow for Me and Winich. Congratulations once again. And now, we move to the Climate Smart Agriculture category. Oof. I'm sure there's a lot of tension in the room, isn't there? And the first runner-up for this category is
Agritech Analytics, Marian Gichanga.
Whoa, congratulations, Marian. Representing the whole AgriTech Analytics team. I'm sure they're proud of you, as we are today. Well done.
I promise you, you are free to clap. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our AYuTe NextGen 2025 first place winner in the Climate Smart Agriculture category. The first place winner is
Kim Planter Seedlings and Nurseries, Caroline Wangi.
Wow. From the mountains of Kenya to the peak of Uganda, she's done it. She has done it, ladies and gentlemen. For all of the nights she stayed up thinking of farmers, for all of the days it felt as though it wasn't going to come to an end, today she's been crowned with glory. Just like everyone else in the room, just like all 11 of our finalists, we have a winner. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause again.
All right, distinguished guests and winners, and everybody in the room, innovators. We are going to take a group picture, but once again, a big, big standing ovation, round of applause for our winners for AYuTe NextGen 2025!
We invite all our winners to the stage for a group picture.
All right, pictures. All the judges, please join them on stage. It is a moment of celebration. Your 2 days of very intentional deliberations have come to this moment. Judges, please join them on stage.
A round of applause for our esteemed judges. What a job you all have done. What a job. Thank you. Thank you. Have you seen a grown man cry? Tears in the room, tears of joy. Woo!
Big congratulations, everybody. If you're not dancing, I hope you're dancing with them, because this is the moment they will never forget. To be an AYuTe NextGener is a moment of pride.
As one of the speakers said, agriculture does not need sympathy. It needs better systems. It needs innovators as this. It needs moments as this. What a day. Thursday, 19th June 2025, here in the city of Kampala, Uganda, these ones have been crowned.
Following this, the innovators should get ready to join them. Get ready, get ready.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time. We gonna celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on!
Are you dancing enough? I can see you, I can see you. Woo!
It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on.
All right.
Celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. I'm unavailable.
Okay. They are unavailable for other things except money, winning, rejoicing and dancing, and the next generation of agricultural transformation. They are the change makers of AYuTe NextGen 2025. It is an emotional moment, and we are so happy for every single one of them.
History has been made.
Calling you tonight. I want to make you show me. Make we know the fight. I don't want to sleep alone. Wanna hold you tight.
Ladies and gentlemen.
But I fool my eyes. But I'll be alright. Forever. On my laptop. On my keto. On my sheet on. Say them go feel it. Them go run it down. Them go hold it. Them go.
They are definitely holding their plaques tonight. They are definitely feeling the joy tonight. And they have held it, kept it for this moment.
She got me feeling like a zombie. And she dey shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put that body down. You got me falling.
Can we have all innovators on stage, please? All innovators on stage. Let's go.
Calling you. I wanna make you show me. Make we know.
All innovators on stage, please.
I fool my eyes. But I'll be alright. Forever. On my laptop. On my keto. On my sheet on. Say them go feel it. Them go run it down. Them go hold it.
The people my command like zombie. Go down on me, oh, with your coca body.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next level is here. You see those faces? Take a look again and again. These are the change makers. They are the ones from across Africa.
This year's AYuTe NextGen draws to a close. Remember, the AgTech generation is not emerging. It's already here. The future of food and farming and innovation across Africa is not waiting to be predicted. It is being built right now by the youth in this room.
Now you go forth, AYuTe NextGeners. Carry this momentum with you. Use the ideas, use the connections, use the courage. I'm sure we've sparked something in here tonight. Scale your work, amplify your voice, reimagine agriculture for this continent. Safe travels as you return to your various countries. We wish you the very best. This has been AYuTe NextGen 2025.
The AgTech generation is rising!
Meta said you want the fun too. See, even your papa not to say